Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, leaders and innovators from around the world, Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to day 2 of the International MICE Summit 2025, live from Riyadh, a city that not only hosts world-class events, but it is redefining what the world now expects from them. My name is Sally Musa, and I'm honored to be your host here for day 2. Welcome to our live audience who are joining us here in person, and also our audience that are joining us live online as well. Now, I'm going to propose something that might surprise a few of you, but I think it needs to be said. None of us are here for more meetings, incentives, conventions and exhibitions. None of us. What we're really here for is a different kind of MICE. We want meaning and magic. We want inspiration and insight. We want connection, community, and truly unforgettable experiences. And yesterday proved that this industry, at its very best, delivers exactly that. We saw public-private collaboration reshape the global events landscape. We explored how culture fuels the creative economy, how giga-projects and DMOs are building new destinations from the ground up, and why the most overlooked force in Saudi Arabia's MICE transformation is storytelling. It's not just about numbers and infrastructure, but the ability to communicate why this country is so incredible and why this moment matters. Because when you're building one of the world's fastest growing MICE ecosystems, the story that you tell determines the partners that you attract, the talent that you inspire, and the global momentum that you create. Yesterday, we asked big, necessary questions. How do we deliver in an age of uncertainty? How do we create value with shrinking lead times? What counts as real innovation? And how do we protect human magic in a digital-first age? And those questions are still on the table. But today, we sharpen the conversation. We're going to be looking at sustainability as transformation, not as a trend. What truly makes a destination irresistible? Whether technology distracts or elevates. How do we close the gender gaps that still persist? And we finish with the power of influence, the kind that shapes narratives and drives real ROI. It is a powerful program ahead, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2. And now we are going to be beginning with a reality that faces every organizer, every venue and every bureau across the world. Decision cycles, well, they're getting shorter. Expectations are becoming higher, and forecasting has never been more complex. So how is the MICE industry going to adapt? To guide this essential conversation, please welcome your moderator, an industry veteran, Kai Hattendorf, the founder and CEO of HDF Consulting, and his distinguished panel.
Thank you, sir. Please, gentlemen, you know where I want you to sit. Albert, Chris, Mohammed. Good morning, everyone. You know, it's painful when you start being announced as a veteran, just because your hair turned gray after 10 years of Wi-Fi. Good morning, everyone. Great to see you all. The biggest forecasting challenge is appearance of people in the morning of day 2, and you've all done great. So great to see you here. My name is Kai Hattendorf. You saw me on the IMS stage here last year, still as the CEO of ÜFI. I've handed this role over to Chris Skeeth, who we've seen here on stage doing an excellent job yesterday. And as Sally said, I'm now the founder of HTF, a boutique consultancy. Now, in this session, we will pick up on some of the issues that were raised yesterday and look at how our industry adapts to geopolitical shifts, economic volatility, and other unforeseen factors. That's not just a mouthful to say, it's also a lot to discuss. These changes are increasingly forcing event organizers to reschedule on short notice and operate with shorter lead times. You all lived through that as you run your events around the world. Let's go into best practices for planning and delivering events in this rapidly changing environment. Your experts today, Albert Aoun, Chairman and CEO of the IFP Group in Lebanon, Christopher Chris Scallon, EMEACEO, CLRAION events, Clarion, and Mohammed Tayem, founder and CEO of Entourage. Morning, great to have you all here.
Pleasure.
So let's not waste any time. You have a German as moderator. Let's get started. Question 1, how are organizers adapting operations and decision making to manage shorter planning cycles and unpredictable scheduling changes? And we drew straws, and Chris will start.
Thank you very much, Kai. Thank you. I think that it has definitely changed, largely since the pandemic, and then more recently with lots of world events that have come to interrupt trade. And I think that buying cycles have become later, and that key doubling point of registrations or ticket sales has slipped later. That then creates anxiety. It creates an organizational challenge in making commitments earlier or making commitments later, depending on how confident you are of that audience coming through. And I think that has critically changed the way that we organize and the way that we decide to deploy our IP or our brands in certain territories at certain times of the year, which means the periods that are easiest or most popular to run events become really congested. So you have a congested market, you have lots of people vying for the same slots in the calendar, and you have a later buying cycle, which means you have to really look into your organization to be able to make decisions quickly, to be able to hold decisions later than you would normally have done. And this really has changed the business, I think, going forward. And when you look at the different models that Clarion delivers, it has inspired us to innovate and to think about how we deliver. And we've moved further into one-to-one, we've moved further into digital, as well as still delivering our conferences, confexes, and large-scale exhibitions. And they all have a slightly different character, but I do think that doubling point moving later has a profound effect, both in the confidence of our customers and in the confidence of our owners and investors. And the good news is that those audiences have come through, and events are growing and have performed spectacularly over the last couple of years in a way that you could not have predicted. So if you stay confident and you stick with it and you believe in your strategy and your deployment of that strategy, it pays. But I do think there is anxiety that there wasn't historically in running these events. And certainly as a smaller scale organizer, we're a large scale organizer, I think those factors around investment, cost, risk have become real factors. I think in a large organization like us, it certainly changes the balance of how we run.
Now, Albert, if we have one veteran here on stage, it's you. I mean, when I came into the industry, you were already running IFP for a decade and longer. Are we all getting too nervous about the change we're currently seeing? You've lived through so many changes.
A little bit. Approach? You know, we started in Riyadh in 1981. We were the first in the whole Gulf. There was one show ahead of us in Bahrain, and we were the only international organizer. We did Saudi build, Saudi agriculture, Saudi food, etc. And since then, our teams are agile. They are used to, you know, short-term, long-term in Saudi or the Middle East is, you know, few months. It's never in years. So we are used to, you know, geopolitical changes, what have you. We ran our own venue for 29 years, and we did the events in our own venues. We also started a venue in Jordan, then in Lebanon, and we're used to, you know, short-term agility and, you know, fast decision-making. Our teams are also inherently agile. They're, you know, as I told you the other day, we're horizontally trained to do many jobs. And because of our regional operations, we're in Qatar, Lebanon, Oman, Dubai, and Riyadh, Cairo. So all these teams work together. They call on support from each of them. So now the challenge is you have too many players in the same profile, especially in Riyadh. I mean, in construction, there's about 5, 6 of them, and in every sector, you have repeats. Everybody is trying to do the same thing, and this is very challenging. So you have to be, you know, pivoting into challenges every day. That's all.
So competition as the market is expanding so quickly. Now, Mohammed, these two gentlemen are both in the exhibition space. Your scope is somewhat wider. Having listened to them and with your experience in a broader set of events, what would you like to add?
Honestly, I would like to take it from different perspective. As you said, from event perspective, usually when you deal with timeline, a tight timeline, you look at it from different horizon or wider horizon, especially with the amount of stakeholders and the amount of chain of approvals, or sometimes it's chains of approval, not only chain of approval. When you put a conference together or a festival together or an event at large together, you have to go through several touch points to maintain a timeline from project management perspective. In order to do so, I believe the most important element is to have the right team who is adapting or who can adapt to the market. I've been in the market for the past around 20 years. At the end of the day, if you ask me, will the timeline challenge, will it be solved as a challenge? I would tell you definitely no. But the smart agency or the smart provider, I believe, should build a smart team, agile team, who can adapt into delivering within a tight timeline at the highest quality and the international standards to meet the requirements of the project, to meet the requirements and to exceed the deliverable of requirements from the client, if I make it short.
Thank you. So it's mindset, it's people, it's culture. But let's move on to tools, right? Chris, forecasting tools, data sources, scenario planning methods. What's helping you at Clarion to mitigate risks and improve this agility? It can't just be the "I believe Ted Lasso" sign over the entrance of your office.
No, I think that there are a number of things that we're using at the moment. So it goes without saying that having your registration linked and having great data, certainly of previous events, to give you something to compare against. When you're doing something new, slightly different. I think our framework that we've started to operate, and we're using what's called a delight matrix, which effectively adds, historically we looked at shows and customer satisfaction through the lens of NPS and CSAT, and we've added value for money and criticality of event, and those 4 axes are giving us a really very clear indication of what our customers are thinking, both buy and sell side, and are giving confidence in how those events are going to perform.
So I think there's a model for everyone here to look into. Go talk to Chris afterwards if you want to know more detail, because the clock is running relentlessly. So it's build a model of indicators that you're tracking to make sure you can react in the best possible way, in a flexible way.
I think it underpins your risk profile. when you look at opportunity versus risk.
Yeah. I want to move on to the importance of long-term partnerships with venue suppliers and governments as they help to absorb shocks and reduce financial exposure. I mean, we've all been through the pandemic, and knew how important it was to have the right frameworks to reopen. And that can't happen without the collaboration of the whole ecosystem. So I'm going to start with you, Mohammed, and then Albert, if you could add on the importance of long-term partnerships, especially here in the Kingdom and the region.
It's a very interesting question. I would like to zoom in on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince when he launched the vision of 2030 of Saudi. He did not just look at building an ecosystem, but I believe he built, or he designated to build a full the full setup for bringing the world into Saudi, from the industrial perspective, from tourism perspective, from events perspective. And he understood as well the importance of putting these international events to bring Saudi into the international map. Part of the vision is focusing on the stability or sustainability, which is a very key role in building the ecosystem of the event industry. Being part of this ecosystem at Entourage, we have built our supply chain to make sure that we deliver the quality, we deliver at the highest quality with the international standards at the best prices, to accommodate the big vision of the Saudi, to make sure that we deliver these projects within the stakeholders. Bringing the stakeholders on board from earlier stages and making sure that you have the agreement with them, it will affect definitely on the finance, it will affect definitely on the delivery, on the quality, and etc.
I mean, come on, you've been here since 1981. You must have some long-term relations.
No, I mean, we enjoy good relations with all the ministries and stakeholders that we work with, and the venues. We enjoy excellent relations with venues, with service providers, and we engage in large events. It's not only exhibitions. We do large size conferences. We have one next Monday, and it was a very short period to prepare it. We have over 60 international speakers. It's the first time event on industrial transformation. We work with the Ministry of Industry and with the Deutsche Messe as a partner, and this is a role model of what we do. We've had scores of these events where we have a large-scale conference and event with our shows. So the teams that we train to be as, to work horizontally, we let them manage, take decision on the floor with the stakeholders, with the ministries. And many times we move into the ministry, or the ministry moves into our office to work together to mitigate any flows, and we have seamless events at the end of the day.
So critical asset in time to market.
Yes.
Not just people signing up later, but events being announced later. And you never have a panel with an exhibition organizer without any invitation to come to a future show. So there it was if you run your bingo cards. Moving on, Clarion IFP Entourage, there is this challenge to balance standardization on the one hand and flexibility to deliver in fast-changing markets on the other hand. Who wants to square this circle in 2 minutes?
Well, I can speak very quickly just to say that it's a huge challenge of ours for an enterprise company like us. But I think our culture has been built around foundations and freedoms. And I think that ability to be both a corporate business and an entrepreneurial business at the same time is a balance that is so critical in our culture and all the cultures we see as we go around the world. And it is a challenge, but I think it's something that our industry has to keep striving for, has to keep looking to be innovative and adapt to the coalface, but also to build a fantastic platform and basis for quality and delivery that can be that can be a wider application through a large organisation.
And as if we had planned that, you've given me the perfect bridge to our closing question. And we haven't planned his answer here. Because it's fascinating what you say, Clarion being one of the largest private equity-backed players globally, thriving on this entrepreneurialism within the complexity of a global organization. For the kingdom, growing MICE at such a speed as it currently has, there are some issues, of course, how to facilitate that growth. So I'd like to ask you in closing, what internal capabilities, be that digital project management, be that cross-border coordination, are now essential for resilience in the MICE industry, especially and specifically to continue that strong growth that we see here in the kingdom. Briefly from you, Albert, and then I will have Mohammed have the last word.
Yes, I mean, in our group, we've always come and train local nationals to become exhibition and conference executives. We train them through, it's like a hotel, from down to up to become project managers and what have you. Remember, we are an entrepreneurial company started by individuals. I always tell the story that the first time I heard the word exhibition, I didn't understand what it meant in '79. And we grew and we keep growing as an entrepreneurship, and it's agile. We're fast to move, to train, to take decisions, teach our staff to adapt, and we keep going. I think every couple of years we add new profiles. We work in partnership with many international people coming to the kingdom or to Qatar or other markets that we operate in. And, it's always on the move.
Training and upskilling. And I know there are some people in the audience who have discussed this at length over the last years, and we've done some work with some of the associations. Mohammed, can I ask you to connect the dots for us beyond upskilling?
Indeed, I would add
needs.
Definitely, I would add to what Albert was saying. Today we are living in a very fast-growing market, Saudi, Riyadh in specific, Saudi at large. Today, Saudi is teaching us more than we are giving to Saudi, because the amount of speed, the amount of projects, deliverables, putting things in order is way bigger than what you anticipate before you open your business. Luckily, Entourage, we have started before the new Saudi, if I may call it. We started here in the country in 2012, and since then we are learning every day. The most important is getting the international standards. From Milan office, we are bringing a lot of international standards into the country. But at the end of the day, keeping the international standards at a bar, but making sure that you are respect of the culture, understand the audience which you're talking to. It's very important to understand that you're competing the international players from Riyadh into the world. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope you found this insightful. At least I saw no one leaving. Thank you for my panelists, or thank you to my panelists. Thank you to you as the audience, and thank you again to Skega for putting up a very successful second edition of the IMS. And see you all again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Kai. Let's have another round of applause for Kai and the brilliant opening panel. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, guests. We're talking impact here, and our next conversation will kick off imminently. By the way, welcome if you're just joining us. Welcome back if you were with us on day one, and especially if you're tuning in from around the world or catching up. Hello to you. So my name's Ollie Barrett, an honor to be a co-host of this summit, and we've got an all-star cast for this conversation about impact. Abdul Wahab Baghdadi next to me, welcome sir, Noni Kubeka and John Rosen. Let's get to know you a little bit. Abdul Wahab, you're now leading an industry association, the Professional Events Industry Association, but an industry pioneer in your own right as well. By the way, Abdul Wahab was once known, did you know, as the Laser King. Why was that?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صباح الخير جميعا. Good morning everybody and thanks for having me here. The Leather King actually it's kind of a title given to me since 1990 when I started the laser shows in the kingdom. And I was pioneer for that laser shows. I used to program and install and do everything for that show. And everybody is start to pick me up step by step, actually. It was...
You were the
long-
go-to on
long
it. Well,
story.
well, thank you for beaming your insights around the hall today. Nonny, we're pleased you made it because you have had a very busy month indeed from South Africa, from Gauteng, one of South Africa's most vibrant districts, obviously containing Johannesburg, containing Pretoria, hot on the heels of the G20 event. Nonny, let us in on a secret. How did it go? What might we not have seen behind the scenes? And by the way, leading Gauteng's Convention Bureau, we're honored to have you with us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It was hectic. I'm glad that I am here. On the last day, which was Sunday, it was very, very difficult. With all the leaders but one not attending, it was very, very difficult. We had to make crucial decisions. And remember, it's a year-long summit. It's not only the summit of the leaders, but all the departments and business and youth and social making declarations, and all those declarations being combined into one so that the leaders can come up with one solid one. So it's sleepless nights, so I'm looking forward to holidays, but when it comes to the ripple effect, it's something to go for.
And something to be hugely proud of as well. And we'll talk about the impact of that event, not just on the world, but also in the community as well, right?
Yes.
John Rosant will be recognizable to many of you, a real global thinker, innovating, especially on the future of mobility, and not exactly hot off the press, John, because it was announced some time ago, but about to land a show right here in Riyadh. Now, this is Commotion.
Commotion Global, yes. In fact, we're kicking off the inaugural edition December 7th. December 7th, 8th, and 9th, so we're incredibly excited about that.
Yeah, so I want to understand how it's going to have impact and how you'll know that it has had impact. How about that as an opening question? What does impact even mean in 2025? Nonny?
On my side is the ripple effect, is the legacy of the spin-offs that you get from the event itself. And it's not only about revenue, but it's also about the social impact and the community spin-offs that community benefits from the event itself. So it's no more about transactions, but it's about what it leaves for the destination, not only our destination in terms of where it's hosted, but for the economy of the continent.
Yes.
And the economy of the world.
Yeah, so in other words, not just for the attendees, for the organizers, but also for the location itself. Abdul Wahab, what is impact?
It's a big word, actually. And I see it's really impossible to make a measure of that, especially in our industry.
Yeah.
And but we have to work hard on this, and we have to really get some results, and to follow those results into the future business of our industry.
So we want your take on how we measure this, how we know when it's landed. John, you've worked in events around the world, on the World Economic Forum and beyond. If we were really distilling it, just to get our audience thinking, what does impact boil down for you?
Well, I think what it doesn't, one way not to measure it is probably the number of bodies on seats.
Yeah.
We prefer to look at the kinds of ideas that come out of a gathering like this and then circulate in the world and have some kind of impact. Yeah. So I think, impact for me is insight. Like, what are the insights that I having attended the 2 days of this conference, can then draw in thinking about the global event industry, et cetera.
So
And
let's
it's hard
drill,
to measure insight.
Yeah, so I want to drill onto that because Commotion Global, about to land here in the kingdom, what impact do you want it to have and how are you designing it for impact?
Yeah, well, thanks. It's a really good question. So we're bringing mobility and urban leaders from around the world to Riyadh in a couple of weeks. Now, the discussions will be global in nature, among other things. So, how the Chinese auto industry is competing with the rest of the world, et cetera. But look at Riyadh itself. I mean, this morning, it took me almost half an hour to go maybe 2 kilometers because of the traffic jams. It's a real traffic challenged city. Riyadh has to solve this problem if it wants to kind of progress. And so I think, just the mere fact of bringing in people from other cities around the world who have similar problems and can approach it in new kinds of ways, brings new ideas to this city and thinking, well, how do we move from point A to point B? Maybe there's a more reasonable way to organize that, et cetera. So it will have I hope, very real world impact here in the city.
And we can expand this to how that's measured. But Noni, tell us a little bit more on the impact that you've already hinted at, which is not so much on the exhibitors, but or even the speakers, but on the community itself, where you are based.
I think I'll make an example with the G20. In our destination, most of the convention centers and the venues that we have and the hotels are in the cities. Yeah. And the communities, most of them are outside of the cities, and they are also in the rural areas or villages. Yes. But remember, we need to drive that economic impact to them. And the fact that we don't have enough infrastructure or adequate infrastructure for most events to happen there. So what we do in our country so that we can benefit the community is to make sure that for each and every conference, the suppliers, 30% of the suppliers are from our communities. It's a must.
And that's a top-line decision.
It's a top-line decision. It's a government decision. Yes. So that we get those suppliers to supply goods and services to the conference itself, to employ youth from different communities, 30% of that. So it's an intentional decision to make sure that the communities benefit in one way or another. So database is created on the quality of service, goods and services. They are equipped, they are trained, they are skilled continuously so that they can grow those particular skills. So it doesn't matter where you are which corner you are, but if you can provide goods and services and quality services, you are part of the pack.
Yeah, so that's a super helpful framing for that. Let's go back, Abdul Wahab, to something that John has already hinted at, which is if we're only measuring bodies, to use John's word, but attendees, then that is not a sufficient measurement of impact, right? But even within that number, and let's just be blunt about this, it matters who attends. You could have an amazing top-line number, but you must have seen examples of where the individuals were not the individuals needed to deliver the impact required by the convener.
Exactly. Actually, I heard with several events happened, whether in the kingdom or outside, and they've been talking always in the manchette of the news that thousands attended. But when we ask about who attend, the exhibitors are not happy because they are not their customers. For example, if something very niche and that's a very specific subject or whatever they are talking about, and other people just attending to have big number, that's not success.
Yeah. And let's be honest, these individuals aren't going to be happy with some vague binary thing of thumbs up, thumbs down. They're going to be obsessed by these numbers, by these measurements. So on that, Nonny, how are you tracking things? Are there platforms you're using, technologies you're using?
I think on our side, we've gone through a stage of moving from guesswork to the truth.
Yep.
So it's so fortunate now that there's AI, but it doesn't give us the tool. So you need to have a customized a deal-making tool, or the tool that you use, and that we even use here for matchmaking, but it must be customized, it must go further, because the tool that we use, we call it a deal-making tool. So what we use is the people will make their own matchmaking, they will meet, but because the meetings are done through the tool,
Yes.
we are able to track that. And then there's a section for notes. Some of the notes, which we encourage our people to do it, they do it through the tool, and we're able to see some of the things. So we're able to use that tool of the tracking as a deal-making tool.
Yes.
And that doesn't only count the number of meetings, but it also counts the deals, and it estimates the revenue that those deals might.
Right, so this is back to that ripple effect. On that theme, though, John, I suppose one of the challenges with a deal-making tool is that you're matching for like. If you're in the business of solving problems of deep social impact, you should be matching people you think will not get on. You should be matching unlikes, because it's actually unlikely alliance that drives impact, isn't it?
I think so, absolutely. The other thing about impact and deals is that it happens in a kind of cumulative and non-linear way.
Yeah.
So that, you can say at an event, there were $10 billion of deals announced at the event. Well, what's really important are the deals that take place 4 months after the event, or 6 months after the event, or a year after the event, but because of connections that were made during those 2 or 3 days.
Is that still on you as the producer?
It's hard to track that. I mean, there really isn't a tool. I mean, you have to do it just by kind of word of mouth and piecemeal, and you can kind of try to come up with a picture. But it's to do it in a kind of scientific way. It is a bit difficult, I think.
Yeah, Abdullah, but any advice on how we track this? Because back to the ripple effect, this absolutely adds up to the impact of an event. But if it's disappeared across over time, very hard to track.
It is very hard, as I said earlier, and I believe we have to work harder on this, and we have to evaluate that events is not like what we plan, organize, happen, and bye-bye.
Yes.
That's not all about. But what's happened after that? And what is next here? Is it really impacted and get more people coming, more benefits coming to the country and to the people, or not? So this kind of measurement is quite difficult, but I believe it has to be worked on harder, and it needs maybe special organization to work on it, and I'll talk about it later.
Well, I want to hear more on it. But Nonny, just taking us back, you've given an amazing community example in terms of how you commission services into the event. But how about this challenge of not just being a platform for announcements, to actually have some sort of responsibility to keep in touch with what has been launched at some of these world-class events? What have you learned about that?
I think I'll make an example with this summit. I think yesterday we had a session where there were announcements. For me, when I was sitting there and they were doing announcements, I looked at it as impact. What have they achieved from last year's events? It might be announcements of offices, it might be announcement of summits that are coming. But furthermore, I think the Convention Bureau here has to do the rand value generated from those events and engagements in terms of the impact value.
So give us an example of something that you do in Haoteng that you know helps to do that, because you're in the business of not losing touch, right? How do you do it?
So on our side, what we do when we've got a conference, so the registration tool that we use, including the deal-making tool, doesn't just become a registration tool. We use it to track what we have, what we have achieved, what we've lost, and all those kind of things. We even give incentives for people to give information, because that information is the one that will assist us whether they have clinched a deal or they haven't. Some people are not very comfortable in disclosing. But if ever we are giving some kind of partnership and some kind of sponsorship to the event that is coming to the destination, they are very willing to give the information.
What sort of incentive do you give them then?
It's both financial and non-financial. An example will be on the non-financial side, when John's event comes into the destination and I've got billboards or interview slots that I can give for the event, to promote the event. That will help in their marketing.
Understood, yeah.
And that will be an incentive on his side, just as an example of that. I think organizers don't want a lot of money, but they want a lot of coordination. If you can help them to coordinate better in your destination, they feel much more comfortable.
Yeah, so on that, and Abdul-Wahab, I want to talk about industry associations in a moment, but John, we're going to sit down 3 months after Commotion Global, and our question is going to be, to what extent was it impactful? How are you going to know?
Well, again, you look at the sorts of ideas and policy recommendations that you release into the world, and you can kind of track that.
Yeah.
So I think that's important. The other thing is, and I feel it's very important for the kind of work we do at Commotion, and that is not to think of Commotion as a 2-day event in Los Angeles every November, a 3-day event every December in Riyadh, but to look at ways to animate the community during the year.
Yes,
so for example, in Riyadh at Commotion Global, we're going to announce a major initiative called Mayors in Motion. We're bringing in close to 100 global mayors from around the world. The mayor of Rio de Janeiro, the mayor of Edinburgh, the mayor of Bristol, etc. To look at the kinds of challenges that they face in coming years. And so it's an ongoing process that will be launched here in December.
Can you just give us, though, John, just a piece of advice, if we're optimizing for policy impact, because that's one that you've set out there, advice for designers, how to heighten the chances of it having that impact, especially through that policy lens? How can we as designers and producers up the chances? Noni, do come in on this.
Well, I think it's the chemistry of bringing the right people together. So if you look at my particular field, which is sort of the urban world, future of mobility, it's bringing in the right key private sector leaders, founders, CEOs, with the public sector. And I think, I see that our role at Commotion is kind of facilitating that conversation between public and private.
Right.
Just to add on, now that he's brought those public and private, and quality people, as government, what we need to do is to shift now from return on investment to return on objective. So what we do is that we look at our objectives and use John's event to achieve our own objectives within that. And that is the impact that we can do. I mean, you can actually, the event that does that best is the expo, where if you've got maybe some plans for 2055, you can push them back to 2034 and get a smart city that you wouldn't have got in 2034 but so push your own objectives.
Yeah,
So
and-
that is what I want to encourage to say, every event that comes here, let's go back to what our own objectives as government is and put them there and push them through John's events.
Yeah, and if there is one place in the world that can align around a particular vision, it would surely be the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It does strike me, Abdul Wahab, that an industry association can play a great role in what John and Nonny are talking about, which is this alignment of objectives, of bringing quite different players around to collaborate better to deliver impact.
Exactly. Actually, this is why associations are very important in our world. And it's quite difficult to let some people who are just starting business or are concentrating only on ROI and what are the benefits and private benefits. Associations, non-profit associations especially, are a mixture between public and private sectors, and what they call them the third sector.
Yes.
All right. So they are the right place to make measurements and to understand the market and look into what is happening around and give some indication to the public sector and to private sector, because they don't have a direct benefits.
Yes,
actually.
exactly. Yeah.
So this is what I hope that the private sector appreciate what is the meaning of the non-profit association and the public sector.
Well, I want to continue on that theme with a closing thought, actually, because in a sense, looking at the numbers, looking at the bottom line as a measurement of impact it might be difficult to achieve, but it's relatively straightforward to measure in the short term. What's your advice to our guests on deepening the impact more broadly than that for their events over the coming months? And we'll start with you, John, and work our way down, because, you know, hot off the heels of the G20, we couldn't have a better example of an event that has ripples across time, but also across the planet.
Again, I think it's important for event organizers to look at ways to increase stickiness with all the stakeholders within a gathering, whether it's the public sector, the private sector. You know, how do you make it sticky? How do you make it so that we know the whole community of MICE community in the world knows that in late November, you've got to be in Riyadh for the International MICE Summit.
Yeah.
So it becomes
year-round as well.
the absolute necessity for that community to meet. That's a sign of success. That's a sign of real impact.
It's a sign of impact.
And we won't know until for a couple of years, because it takes some time for an event to take off.
Nonny, a final word of advice. You're doing this, you're living this.
Yes. My final word is that we should, have a global data hub. Collect as much information from every event as possible, because you will need for other events that you bid for.
Yes.
So if this event doesn't bring other events into the destination, therefore there is no legacy ripple metrics. So we have to use this opportunity to bring other events and also to upskill ourselves in terms of knowledge management. And the only way is to have a data hub.
Yeah, really good advice. Thank you, Nonny. Abdul Wahab, a final word.
A final word, I want public sector and private sector believes in association, non-profit association. If there is support from both, the associations can do a great job for the communities.
Yeah, and at the PIA, you are doing that admirably. Thank you for bringing us together. Nonny, thank you for flying in hot off the heels of the G20. John, thank you for making time in the run-up to Commotion Global, and very good luck with it. Let's wish John good luck. Let's say thank you to Nonny for her amazing work, and thank you to Abdul Wahab for everything he's doing to bring an industry together. Thank you very much, everybody. And as our guests leave the stage, we continue with a question about success factors, especially for world-class venues. And by the way, why don't we have a round of applause for the whole team at the Canopy, who have made us feel so welcome over the past couple of days. Absolutely superb. So in the chair for this session will be my brilliant co-MC. Please welcome her and her guest to the stage. It's Sally Musa. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Ollie. So good to be back with everybody on stage and our fantastic panel. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Now, when you think about successful global event cities, their success comes from visionary design, intelligent integration, and infrastructure. And the right public-private partnerships, and increasingly smart use of technology, sustainability, and competitive advantages. And today we are joined by leaders who are building, operating, and transforming some of the most ambitious venues in the world, both here in the Kingdom and on the African continent as well. So we're asking, what are those critical factors that contribute to the success of event venues? Right next to me over here, we have engineer Ibrahim Sadat, event venue director at Silla, the force that is behind some of Saudi Arabia's most ambitious new ventures, including the Kingdom Arena and the Malham Exhibition Centre. Welcome, it's so great to have you.
Pleasure.
Anthony Frost, Head of Operations at Onyx Arena, a global operations expert delivering world-class event experiences from the Saudi Cup to Next Gen Arena. So good to have you. Frosty.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Carl Schofield, Executive Director and Partner at Zaria Group, a continent-wide strategist shaping the future of sports and entertainment infrastructure across Africa. So good to have you.
Awesome. Thank you.
As we're going to hear in this discussion, the continent does not get enough of a mention and enough discussions when we are talking about MICE. So we're excited that you're here, and there is a lot to cover. But Ibrahim, if I can come to you first, you're closely involved in developing some of the most ambitious venues here in Saudi Arabia. As we said, Kingdom Arena, Malham Exhibition Centre, amongst others. How are you thinking about these venues, particularly from the point of view of technology, digital infrastructure? This is something that we're hearing about all the time. It's affecting every industry. How is it affecting you in particular, the design and the operations of these new venues that are coming up for you?
So basically, it's a trendy word right now that people are focusing on the modular design of event venues with a good digital infrastructure. And I believe that we've done some so far because our venues were built a few years ago, and we are becoming more and more, we're learning how to install those kind of more digital, more AI platforms into our venues and technology. It's very important nowadays to have those kind of those kind of three factors where technology is a must, and then the modular design of our event venues is a must also. And third thing was the AI implementation also.
I need you to talk to us in detail about what that looks like in practice, because it's truly mind-blowing. How does it work?
Okay, so I have a good example in the Kingdom Arena. We've built the Kingdom Arena as a black box, as an event venue, and then we decided to turn it into a stadium for Al Hilal. So once that happened, we figure out a solution where technology is involved. So we've built a platform, and this platform can turn the stadium into a venue within 48.
When you say platform, because sometimes it's like digital platform or physical, we're talking about a physical platform.
A physical technology platform. That actually can serve the purpose of keeping the grass of the pitch in a good condition, while on top of the platform you will have any type of events. And a good example is in the upcoming weeks we've got the Car Motor Show exhibition on top of the football stadium. And how technology is evolving, This platform is actually have the 3 sources where the pitch or the grass needs. And also we've got those robots, and those robots can actually go under beneath and monitor the grass condition, and can actually start, and monitoring also the length, and can actually start cutting right under beneath us, while on top we have an exhibition.
While the exhibition is happening.
Exactly.
These robots are taking care of the pitch.
Yes.
Underneath. This is incredible.
Yeah.
Look at the creativity and the thinking that's gone into this.
And that's exactly what turns a multi-purpose venue. We can actually play football match, and within 48 hours, we can turn it into a multi-purpose venue where you can make a concert, an exhibition, and right after, we can play football again.
48 hours is the turnaround time. It's incredible to think this is, it fits perfectly because of the number and the variety of events that we have here in the kingdom that are just happening one after the other, just like that. And Frosty, you are no stranger to these kind of events here in the kingdom as well. But you've also worked across major venues in Europe and now here in the kingdom. What is it that you need to happen operationally that really sets great venues apart?
So it's a great question. I think let's track back to kind of the initial inception and thought process of how you set out a venue. Right from the beginning, when we look at a venue, we bring all the stakeholders into the conversation. Yeah, from the architects, designers, to the operators, technology, everything to form the venue, and that's how kind of our venue Onyx was created. So for us, it's really key right from the start, and then the efficiencies moving forward, for me, is how modular we can be. So from our designs, how can we be efficient for the client? How can we be cost efficient for the client in terms of our modular structures and turning things around? So we've got now a design where we can go from, we do use the term black box, but from a box to a 7,000 seated arena in 36, 48 hours, back to an exhibition space or back to an event space, with another 24 hours. So really, we're looking at kind of recycling events, 2-3 events per week, from that perspective. So it really is key for efficiency.
Absolutely. And so let's talk about some of the opportunities that you see, whether it be in staffing models. What about workflows? Guest experience, where do you see we could see transformation, we could see change that could really transform a venue?
So it's really interesting because kind of the venue market is quite kind of, new to Saudi, and the supply chain is new. So for us, it's all about education. How can we educate the market, to be more efficient? Technology helps us hugely, in that aspect, but also kind of being free and open with the supply chain. How can we open our venue to everyone, from all suppliers, international and regional, domestic. Come into our venue, learn our processes, learn everything. Let's educate you, how can we be more that cost efficient to give you the maximum efficiency of your budget for your delivery?
And something that I know that you talk about is early engagement of the stakeholders as well. Is really important in that process. When you talk about, education as well. Consultation at inception, how important is that when you're thinking about creating that ultimate venue?
Hugely. In terms of the creation of the venue, it's hugely valuable, because Saudi Arabia has set the bar, in terms of the level of event. Every year we see a higher level of quality and delivery, and I think from that side, we really do have to go right from the start of how we engage that client and that supply chain,
I love that you say that because a few years ago, people were thinking about Saudi Arabia needing to catch up. But it's like Saudi Arabia has just kind of leapfrogged and decided that they are going to set the bar higher than anybody else. And you need to catch up to us. This is what's happening. Kyle, I'd love to bring you in on the conversation. Talk to us about what you're seeing in terms of venues in the African continent as well. What makes an incredible venue and what connects a great venue? Because, ultimately that is one of the most important things, bringing people to your venues too. bringing people to your events?
Yeah, look, I think outside of the sort of standard in our industry, around good content, we have a lot of factors that we need to be mindful of as it relates to Africa. And I think it's important for me to sort of contextualize it on why our business is so focused on growing Africa as a market, which we believe is the final frontier, for this industry. We have currently a population sitting at roughly 1.2 billion people, which is set to double in the next sort of 25 years. We are looking at an economy of $2.3 trillion by 2030. Our median age is 19 years old across the entire continent. We have a very young continent that has massive ambitions. And for us, we look at it and say, how do we build for the future, right? And that's exactly what it is. What we see on the continent now is very low purchasing power, not the best venues. But we look at it and we say, if we develop something right today, what does it do in 10 years' time, right? And for us, it's a focus on building around the infrastructure and using the arenas and the stadiums as really anchor tenants, right? And we say to ourselves, if we bring the infrastructure in place, it doesn't have to be the greatest piece of infrastructure, but how does it serve the purpose for what's around it? How does it really impact the community around it? Because for us, it plays a much bigger role than just the entertainment component. We're bringing people's lives out of poverty. We are bringing people's lives into a space where things are meaningful for them. And so for us, we look at that infrastructure, and I'll give you an example. In Rwanda, we've just built our first hotel right next door to the arena, and that's combined with five-a-side soccer, retail space, sports bar. And the idea is that instead of that space just becoming a sports venue or a concert venue where people come in just for that, people are now lingering around the space for 4 or 5 hours prior and going into it. And that's because we've got to focus on how do we bring people together. It's a very community-oriented approach that then has a wider impact on the entire ecosystem. So for us, it's extremely matrixed. We take the core component, which is content and these amazing events, but we layer that on with the fundamental aspect of building community and allowing that to really impact the wider ecosystem.
You've highlighted a few super important things here that I just really love. You were talking about the way that events are bringing people out of poverty. We think of events, it's a nice thing to have, it's a nice thing to go to. No, this is something that inspires people. It gives people meaning in their lives. It gets them excited about the future. They get to see what's possible. So actually, these kind of events, whether it's music, whether it's sport, whatever it is so huge in terms of capacity building, in terms of community building. It is massive for the economy. It is massive for building up communities of people, societies of people. But also you're talking about building that infrastructure, because as we know, MICE is interconnected. We need the hotels, we need the restaurants, we need all of that infrastructure to really build it up. So amazing, amazing things that you've highlighted there that I think are super important. And this is why the International MICE Summit is so important. Why is it important for you to be connected here to the Middle East, to what Frosty's doing, what Ibrahim is doing? Why is that important? Talk to us about that.
Look, if you look at a lot of the sort of industry dynamics across the globe, and let's use concerts as a case in point. You look at the West, you look at Europe, you look at the Middle East. There is massive touring that is happening across these continents, right? And if you have to just take a quick look at the globe and think about major artists touring the world, Africa is silent. Aside from a couple of countries, I mean, South Africa has done an amazing job of getting major artists through the country. But there's nothing that goes beyond that. And for us, it's how do we establish a touring route across the entire continent?
Until you said it, I didn't think about it. When you look at a major artist's touring roster, you never see Africa
never
on the list.
Never.
It's always North America, whatever, the South America, the Middle East,
Yes.
different places, but you never see Africa.
100%. And I mean, if you think about it, if you look at the numbers today, our industry, across the eventing, MICE is in the billions, trillions of dollars, right? And Africa contributes, if not 0.5 to 1% of that, right? And so what is the possibilities if you unlock this touring route on what will actually happen to communities and to countries across the entire continent? So for us, being here in Saudi and being able to engage with the market is so critical, because what the Middle East has been able to do is bring the artists closer.
Yeah.
Right? It was very difficult to call up an artist and say, look, we need you to come out of your US or European tour to come into Africa, for maybe one country, and all of a sudden their prices quadrupled, right? Now what we're looking at is that artist is, a stone throw away and is able to say, you know what, I'll make it into the continent and back out because I'm in the region. And so it's a massive game changer for us, and it's something that we view as an opportunity to unlock this touring route that we're so focused on building.
Amazing. Ibrahim, of course, Expo 2030 is right around the corner.
We are excited.
5 years is 5 minutes when you're talking MICE, really. And so from your perspective, what are the strategic factors that are going to really influence you, your venues, the industry coming together and coming out of Expo 2030?
First of all, we're very honored to host the Expo 2030 here in Saudi. We're really proud of it.
Yeah.
And we've seen the master plan so far. We don't know the details, yet we're so excited to know all the details. We're very ambitious to know what are the details of those multi-purpose venues, how technology is going to be evolving by 2020, by 2030. It's going to be different. It's going to be, I believe, AI data-driven technology venues. And it's good for the business, it's good for Riyadh, it's good for Saudi Arabia. I don't see any competition. I don't see anything that would affect the market, because as we said before, and I believe it's been announced here, that Saudi Arabia hosts more than 17,000 events a year, and that's what is announced. Maybe there are some local events, let's say. So we actually need more event venues.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to be seeing that kind of evolution happening as well. Frosty, you're nodding to that. Your thoughts on how that is going to really influence the industry as well, and particularly thinking about those partnerships that are going to be happening, through events like the mega events, global events like this, like Expo 2030, and what that is going to do to really create an even more sustainable year-round utilization and profitability. How is it all? Do you see it all working together?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we have been in, we've had several conversations over the last couple of years now on how can more venues be built and kind of outside of Riyadh, outside of Jeddah, take it across the country. But ultimately with that, everyone needs to have confidence, in terms of what we're creating. We need to understand and talk to our markets, whether it's with MICE or music or sport, on what we can provide and how we can provide it. So the key for us really is in collaboration. It's interesting, we go back to Kyle's conversation, where the regional tours, Jeddah is a market that's been overlooked for a long time, but now we're seeing a directive of venues coming together across Saudi Arabia. We had this conversation backstage, didn't we, in terms of, how can you as the event organizer or event owner, channel your events through 3 or 4 different cities, within the country, all regional. And we are now having those active conversations with Dubai, with Abu Dhabi, with Riyadh, with Dammam, and we'd love to have the conversation with Kyle as well,
It's not competition, it is collaboration.
There's no competition from our perspective and Ibrahim's perspective. We are 2 different entities, but we are 2 different things. We are more music background and led, however our space is multifunctional. So again, how do we collaborate? How do we come together? We're working on different models. How do those models look? Whether it's a government federation or a sports federation, how can we incorporate their IP and then add to that by having music afterwards. You know, how can we create a nice event and add music afterwards? You know, how can that venue turn itself into something more of an offering? So all these key things we're working on already and have been working on for some time.
All right, so as we're coming to the close of this session, I'm going to do a quick fire round with everybody. Kyle, if I can begin with you on this one. What would you say is the biggest challenge and the single most important success factor that you see for the future of events over the next decade?
Yeah, look, in terms of challenge, I think we're in a very interesting space. And I think the challenge is not so much a bad thing, it's more of a good thing, is how do we ride this wave that's happening at the moment? And this is really my belief, and I look at it from an Africa perspective and say, how do we leapfrog? Because we're seeing all these AI, developments happening that take away, in my view, take away a lot of the sort of mundane jobs that are going to be created. And what that means is people are going to be looking for experience. People are going to be looking, and that's what the currency is going to become, is experience, right? I was chatting to someone yesterday who told me people don't watch movies anymore, they play movies, and this is video gaming. There's all these interactions. People are longing for experience, and I think for us in our spaces with the infrastructure and the eventing, we've got to be really, really dynamic and future thinking on how do we bring people into these spaces and give them experiences they've never ever had.
Absolutely.
Because people are going to be challenging us on giving more. They don't want to just come and watch an artist anymore. They don't want to come and just watch a game anymore. They're going to want to experience things differently. And that for us, I think, is going to be the challenge, is how do we give more?
Yep. Frosty?
So for us, really, it's about the immersive experience. How can we elevate that through? VR is the next thing for us. How can we engage with our audience outside of the venue? How can you give that experience of being inside the venue when you're back at home watching?
But does that cannibalize it though? Does that make you kind of go, if you're a spectator, I don't need to go, I can just do VR?
So for us, really, it's we have a limited capacity,
Okay.
But from a perspective of Jeddah and Jeddah's crowd and Jeddah's energy and the diversity in that population, there is a thirst. There is a thirst outside our capacity. How can we elevate that to engage everyone? So those are the key things we're looking at.
Yep. And the biggest challenge that you see?
For us right now, kind of in terms of challenge, is just market engagement for us, moving forward, is elevating Onyx to, and what the Onyx plan is moving forward. So
Ibrahim?
The future is promising. I don't see no challenges, but I believe how to be more sustainable, because we're implementing lots of technology and AI into our venues in general, and we want to be equalized between how to be more sustainable, how to consume using power and energy, and at the same time having all those technologies and platforms and data.
Such a critical point, because it is resource intensive, this industry. So what are your quick ideas for sustainability? What's really important, front of mind right now?
A good usage of the technology, a good usage of the digital infrastructure. Don't go extreme. Don't go beyond. Try to minimize it to make your event venue works better, smoother for the organizers, for the guest experience. I think that's it.
Yeah, using technology to really optimize everything,
Yes.
to make sure it's sustainable, that you're not using more than you actually need as well. And we're bringing it to a close here, but I want to thank each and every single one of you. What a fantastic discussion on the future of venues and unlocking their success. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panel. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Amazing. Okay, fantastic. What an amazing discussion that was. Really a masterclass on what it takes to build the venues of the future. But now, we are talking a little bit more about sustainability. I love that that is where we left off, because this is exactly what the next session is about. What is the point of world-class events if the planet can't sustain them? And so sustainability really has moved from the sidelines, as we can see, to the center of every decision that is now being made in MICE. From how we design experiences to how we source, operate, and measure impact. It's no longer a nice to have. This is a new standard of credibility. So let's dive into a debate now. You'll see on the stage right here, we actually are setting up a debate stage for you where our panelists will go head to head, and they are going to be looking at from nice to have to need to have. Sustainability is here to stay. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to welcome back to the stage your debate moderator, Ollie Barrett.
Well, thank you, Sally. Thank you, Sally. Hello, everybody. Welcome, honoured guests. Well, there are certain things that we should all stand up for at IMS, and sustainability is one of them. Part presidential, part TV, prime time,
buzzer, yeah.
fingers on buzzer. Look at Guy Bigwood's got his finger on the buzzer already. Well, they've all got their finger on the pulse. That is the one thing I can tell you. But it's good to see everybody. So from nice to have to must have, sustainability is here to stay. Here to stay for the next 28 and a half minutes are my four brilliant guests. Let me tell you who they are. David Aikman from Improvability. He has worked all over the world for the World Economic Forum, the International Olympic Committee, and now pioneering good new work with Improvability, which we'll hear more about as well. So speaking of pioneers, Guy Bigwood really has become the sustainability pioneer across the events world. So specifically leading the GDS movement, architect of the GDS Index. Very keen to hear how you're framing this particular puzzle right now, Guy. Sarah Borry brings a huge blend of commercial insight, but also operational excellence. Sarah is leading on all of this agenda at MCH Group. So yes, championing innovation, but also helping clients design and really deliver events with impact. Sarah, welcome. And Iris Jaglitsa Mosaga is another very senior and exhibitions powerhouse. Iris is how we think of you. Long-term senior executive at Messe Frankfurt, leading some of the world's most influential trade shows. Let's give them all a huge round of applause. Welcome, everybody. So question number one, because I'm going to give you fair warning, team. I want us to point a finger at who's doing this really well. Where is lagging behind? And if I ask you to pick one thing that gets in the way, what is it? And we'll see if you agree. Here's a question for us all. Frameworks. Frameworks are the big accelerator, right? Or are they the big handbrake? And I want to know where you stand on these different questions. But first of all, Guy, get us thinking. Sustainability is our topic. Help to frame our thinking, and then others. What do we need to blast out the way if we're to have a good conversation? Guy.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invite. It's great to be here. Sustainability. I mean, a lot of us, when we think of sustainability, think green, we think planet. Sustainability is much bigger than that. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It's wide, right? It's about people, it's about prosperity, and I think having that true people-planet focus is very important. But I do think right now we need to kind of evolve our mindset, not just to be thinking about sustaining, but regenerating. Yeah. We need to be regenerating. Sustaining the systems and the ways of work that have got us here are no longer good enough. We need to be really driving innovation and new ways of thinking. And so restoring, regenerating, renewing, that's the way we should be thinking, as well as kind of minimizing our carbon footprint, but we need to be about ways just to break up and redo the process.
Right. And Sarah, one of your jobs is to get the whole organization thinking about this. So it is a big topic, and it's not just reserved for one relatively small, in some cases, department. Kick us off with your way of thinking.
Thank you also from my side, and maybe also building on your point. I think the vagueness of sustainability leads also that people don't know who's really accountable for it.
Right.
So it's really, so who does sustainability? I mean, in my case, it was even Sarah does sustainability, and everyone just keeps flying around the world. So this was something that we really needed to address. So I built a function over 4 years at MCH Group. And it was very important that the organization starts learning everyday decisions are decisions that you either make in favor of sustainability or not, be it environmental, social, or even governance. I think these are the companies that do it well. I'm not naming names here, but they embed sustainability into their day-to-day business. And they have leadership who believes in it and that puts resources against it. So basically that the team can do what they are here set out to do. The ones who are lagging behind have very initiatives across the group that aren't orchestrated and that aren't sourced accordingly.
Right, so that lack of orchestration. So it's not to say everything has to be top down, but if the leadership aren't bought in, you've stopped before you've tried to start. Iris, help us with some opening thoughts on how you frame this.
Thank you very much, and good morning from my side. We started immediately bringing it into the DNA of our company. We're for 800 years in the business, so sustainability is quite familiar for us. And then we said, how can we translate it to fulfill the new ideas and the new requirements? So we got a clear order from our management to say, don't do any greenwashing. Try to organize ourselves and to do sustainable sustainability for the company. We built a board, including senior management from different departments. Yep. And then we build up an architecture and we build a roadmap and we have our objectives. And now we start from year to year, from month to month, following our own roadmap and our own objectives. Yeah. So, and we're quite well on that.
Yeah, okay, so we want to hear about any bumps along the way. But David, an opening thought for our guests at IMS.
Well, I want to build on it. I think sustainability is kind of everything and nothing, and it becomes really challenging for companies when you're faced with 400 metrics or something that you have to measure across environment, social, governance. And so how can you distill it down to the stuff that really matters, that's really core? And if you don't embed it into your business, if you don't make it everybody's job, and if you don't put people back in the equation, I think for too long, the environmental and the sustainability movement has suffered because it's all about planet and it's not about jobs and it's not about, so that's why you're sort of seeing a backlash. But you really have to embed the thinking, the long-term thinking, the sustainability mindset into every part of the business, otherwise you're going to lag behind.
Right, so let's, on that then, let's get our spotlight out. Let's see if we can get you to agree or not on who's doing this well. And we're looking for examples. Sarah, I'm going to come to you first. Who's doing this well, how, and where and who is lagging behind?
I think it goes back to the point before. I think the ones who are doing it well have a mandate, give a mandate to the teams, and they support them. Because implementing, operationalizing sustainability is hard work, and it takes a long time, and some people think that it's cost, without having the long-term picture in mind. So sustained support is something that is very important. The ones that...
And forgive me, Sarah, butting in, but you say they think it's cost. Just pausing briefly, David, presumably it is.
It is, and I think the unfortunate thing is businesses that don't have that long-term mindset and the capital to invest are going to struggle to be truly sustainable. I mean, fortunately, the World Economic Forum, when we made that move to ISO certification for our events, it was a big undertaking. Had we not had both the leadership support and the capital, I think it would have been much tougher.
Bigwood, come in.
I disagree, Honourable Sir. I've organised over 1,000 sustainable events. I have a golden rule. It's not going to cost more money. I challenge that.
Sorry, say the golden rule?
that it doesn't need to cost more money.
Doesn't need to cost
Yeah.
more money.
I think it did, but I think that's yesterday's point of view. And the great opportunity for Saudi is that you can leapfrog a lot of our learnings and where we've spent a lot more money. And nowadays, things like sustainable signage is cheaper than conventional plastic signage. There's things like food is changing, everything's changing, reporting costs are changing. So I think we have to change our mindset.
All right. Well, David, I'll let you back in. But Sarah, given I interrupted you,
I agree.
You're with your CFO now. Let's make the case.
Exactly, I'm turning into the CFO now. But I think this is because in the beginning, because it wasn't clear what sustainability was at MCH, you know, I needed to explain that if you get to a certain point, you get the CFO to get more capital at a cheaper rate in the market, right? So it can go that way. It's not just materials. It really goes into, okay, how do you run your company and how do you recapitalize your company? So I think that's also very
So in that sense, Neris, we'll let you in. But Sarah, staying with you, we take David's point, or rather Guy's point, that there are some things which can be done, you know, at low cost. But with that CFO hard talk, what actually costs the money to deliver on this objective? What is it?
To be honest, it's reporting. It's reporting.
It is. Yeah, it definitely is. We need extra staff to do the requirements, to fulfill the requirements of reporting. But going back one step, we look from two sides on it. We are organizing shows by ourselves, so then we look how can we implement sustainability in this, and we look at it as a venue owner who rents a venue. And then, of course, we are definitely into the question of investments. If we want to improve our infrastructure, it's a long-term strategy and it's a hell lot of investment. But my point is, if you start from the beginning, think it combined, you invest anyway to improve your infrastructure. So you can think out of the box and do it the right way.
Yes.
So to fulfill the requirements better.
And I'm going to jump back in.
You've got to, because I don't know if you noticed, David, but you seem to be categorized as yesterday's man a minute.
Yeah, well, you know, we did this back in 2015, so it is a long time ago and things have changed. But what we saw was it was a shift from CapEx to OpEx. So we reduced our material costs, but then when we were discarding the waste, we spent a lot more man hours separating the bits and pieces and all that kind of stuff. So same thing, you know, we created when I was running the China office, a LEED Platinum certified building. The upfront investment was significantly more, and the time and everything. So there was long-term savings. We did reduce our energy costs and so on. But if you don't have that mindset and that capital to invest up front, or the ability to shift from maybe signage to man hours on reporting, you're not going to get ahead.
But Iris has got a problem though, David, because what she's saying, and Sarah's channeling this too, is this is taking a heck of a lot of people, a heck of a lot of time. Is it completely necessary?
But there's a mindset shift that needs to go on and is happening. We used to have our sustainable plan, our business plan, our social plan, right? Now we just need a sustainable business plan, right? It's the integration that's missing, and when you treat it as an aisle, a silo, it costs more money. When it just becomes part of everyone's job, it changes that mindset, it changes the work involved, it changes the requirements, and I think that's what we're seeing. And if you look around the world at the people that are doing it well, those are the ones who've now got not a sustainable plan for their destination. It's a sustainable it's a strategy that's sustainable.
All right, so this is, and I am warming to your theme, Guy, here on quick fire round, right?
Yeah,
I want you to name one organization other than your own who is doing this superbly well. Okay, this is Guy.
So I'm going to take the destination point of view, because I work with 150 destinations. We've got the GDS index, we benchmark destinations. We can see that the Nordics were pioneers in this, so we've got Helsinki, Copenhagen, people like that doing well. But we've seen like destinations, Lyon, Belfast, Glasgow, Singapore, who've come up from nowhere in the last few years and are doing amazing work.
So who's top of the charts?
Helsinki at the moment.
Is it really? Finland? Okay, very interesting, very interesting. Sarah, who's doing it well?
Not destination.
Not destination. No, it's challenging because I look at it from a holistic perspective, because there's great organizers that do a lot for their employees, and there's others that do a lot for the carbon emission footprint reduction. So materials, maybe Easy Fares could be one of them. I think Informa, Read Exhibition, of course.
Okay, no, these are good accolades. Thank you, Iris.
Again, I'm with Sarah, because you have to decide from which angle you look at it. Of course, we try to benchmark ourselves to look where we can improve, who is better than we are. It's hard to figure out, to be honest. It's hard to figure out because it depends what we're looking at. But I think it's a gesture of ours, IMEX, for example. They are quite ahead, and we are looking very much what they are doing, and when we learn from our customers.
Yeah, and this is venue-based as well, right?
Exactly.
And I was going to just add on that, because I was actually going to pull that as my case study, because I think the work that you've done with IMEX, and I've worked with IMEX on this for years, is fantastic. I mean, 94% waste recycling, the way they involve, generate innovation, impact, raise capacities.
And then we implement what they are successful in, we implement in our own organization.
You've got that lovely cycle.
And thank you, Guy. And then briefly, David, where would you shine that spotlight?
I'm going to shine it back on the Olympics, because I think what Paris and other cities have done, I mean, the World Economic Forum sought ISO certification because of what London did. So I think those big events have a really important symbolic value. But if you look at what Paris did in terms of usability of venues, temporary constructions, what they did in terms of gender participation, so they really took a holistic
And that shifted that needle.
And I think those big temporary events play an important role as icons of good behavior.
And I think what these guys are saying is about integration with core business. If you look at the people that do it well, whether it's someone like MCI or IMEX or Frankfurt, they've integrated in the core business. So if you look at an association, such as, I'm going to use ESCRS, somewhere we work with, cataract surgeons. We started off, they've got a world-class operational sustainability program, right? Fantastic. But that was used to catalyze a change in how their members think when they come to the Congress. What did that mean? Is that there was very, very few sustainability initiatives in that healthcare practice. And by looking at water borders and signage and transport systems, we changed the mindset of the doctors and the pharmaceutical companies. What happened now, because of the initiatives that were sparked because of that, we've now got a 90% reduction of waste in hospital operating theatres.
A real measurable
so it's
knock-on
that,
effect.
how do you mix an impact focus with your operational sustainability focus? And that's the edge. So the people that are doing well, whether it's a destination, an event, or a venue.
All right. Thank you, Guy, for helping us see that more clearly. Now, let's go back on the Olympic theme, which David has mentioned. Let's go back to frameworks, right? 2012 one, for example. When you see a framework, and Iris, I'll start with you, because you've already talked about, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but the burden, frankly, of what you have to step up to. So when you see a framework, do you see an accelerator or a handbrake?
Both. Both. In some aspects, of course, it's an accelerator because it forces you to follow the activities. On the other hand, well, we are subject to the EU regulations, and they, from time to time, they're a bit overdoing it's quite necessary. So in terms of auditing, I think it's too much. So we need really a new department just to follow those requirements and to do the auditing. I think we can reduce it, and we are not much better than before. So reduce and focus on the real topics which produce a leverage. We mentioned it. It's waste, it's energy, it's food waste, and it's water consumption.
So at the moment, Iris, Sarah is making the case that the accelerate is because you're sort of being forced to do it. I mean, it's not exactly glass overflowing, is it? But it does drive things forward. Where are you on these frameworks, Sarah?
I see it more as an accelerator. I do see there's a strain on the operations because people need to, create manuals and actually think through their processes. What we see is, and that's maybe also a bit the difference in our group, we have one division that keeps pitching for new jobs to build all of this, for example. They get into pitches because we have the certification. Right? So it is a threshold to get into business for some piece of work, not for everything.
Isn't part of the challenge, though, David, that it can seem, and you've not said this explicitly, team, it can be a bit of an alphabet soup. It can be a whole mega mix of frameworks.
Yeah.
Sustainable.
Well, I think the challenge also is for global companies or global events or organizers. You got one standard in Europe, you've got Singapore, you've got, Chinese standards emerging. And so it becomes really, really complicated. And most of the chief sustainability officers I talked to with my startup were saying, I got into this for impact, and I'm spending all my time on reporting and compliance. So how do you use AI? How do you use tools to simplify that, to templatize what they're doing so that you can take that work off? Because that reporting and compliance should not be the, it's kind of the tail wagging the dog, and it shouldn't be.
So David Aikman, you have permission now to give a 20-second IMS pitch for what you've come up with in reply, because it does go to the heart of this.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what we did was we saw small, medium enterprises and big companies struggling with this. So we said, what can we do? We can take those standards, we can take whatever data you have, and AI can write your report, at least your first draft of your sustainability report for you. It takes 50, 60% of the workload off. You don't have to enter data again into a system. You just take what you have, upload it into your data lake, and AI will do the drafting for you. So we're just one solution. There's lots of innovation going on out there, and I think we have to use those tools, again, to shift the manpower away from the things that are not value added and away from the things that are not contributing to the core business.
Exactly.
Yes, because, and by the way, Guy, what I'm also hoping is, I mean, we're hearing a lot pro on frameworks, these different protocols. There must be a time when they just get in the way of progress.
So I think there's, I was involved in creating the ISO framework, GRI, I've done about 20 different national frameworks, so I spent a lot of time and money on this. But I think it's important to remember there's two approaches. You have a performance standard and a management standard. So management standards are the ISOs, and performance are more like the checklists. And they work at different times of your maturity level, or the maturity level of your organization. So when you're starting, for those of you who are just starting on this, you're much better to go to a performance-based standard because it gives you a checklist, right? And it gets you starting. So an Earth check if you're looking at a venue or something like that, or a green key. Then over time, you've got to embed it across the organization. So you need a management approach. So that's when it's better to switch to an ISO. So a piece of work we're doing at the moment for Dubai, creating new standards for events across all areas of the events industry in Dubai, is taking people on a performance-based approach to get to a management standard. So we're kind of mixing it there. And the idea is you can only take on so much at a certain time, otherwise you stifle creativity, you stifle innovation. So how do we chunk it? And I think the good standards today are ones that are looking at doing that.
So what would be, Guy, your top piece of advice for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia if they said, we want the events in the kingdom to be the most sustainable in the world? What would you say?
So I would say, do not create a new standard. There's enough out there. And there's some good ones you can choose from, right? So you could look at the EIC standard on sustainable events, very, very good. You can look at GST standards that are new out there. You can look at ISO. You can take those now and you can build on top of them. So this is what we've done for Dubai. We've taken GSTC standard, right? And we're building another kind of 15% on top of that and customizing it. And that, if I was Saudi, that's the approach I would do, something like that.
Guy, I'm conscious we could talk more about this, but I'm going to put it to you all. On the road to an incredibly sustainable events industry, one barrier gets in the way more than any other. There'll be multiple barriers, but Iris, if you had to pick the number one, and we'll see if your three colleagues agree with you, what would it be?
I think we have within the framework, which is fine, some challenges already left. Let's talk about the white elephant in the room. It's the CO2 footprint. That's one of a big issue in our industry because we are all for personal encounters. So we organize people traveling all around the world, and there is an issue. And at this issue, we feel that we need for the international industry a refocus I think the standard and requirements we already have in the framework, EMAS, for example, or ISO, is not fitting enough for us. I think as an international industry, and it's a very, very useful task for, let's say, our international associations to work on this. Master Frankfurt will support it. We are asking for, and we need it.
Right, this is the elephant in the room. Sarah, where would you go with this? What the biggest barrier, and we're amongst peers, we're amongst friends, you can be as blunt as you like.
I believe it's leadership. It needs a top-down support in order to make it work. And leadership decides how many FTEs do you get to work on this, what the financials is around it, what your KPIs are in terms of reduction. So this is all driven whether a reduction plan is incentivized, yes or no, because a lot of Swiss companies and international companies have that in their top executive management compensation package. If they decide not to do it, they're not walking the talk.
So what do you say to the guest who says, when I start to talk about sustainability now in 2025, my chief exec's eyes start to glaze over. How do I get them back in the room?
I think that the challenge that's still out there, it's too complicated currently. It's too, that many standards. So I think that one of the key items is what is our focus in the company? And these are our levers, and this is what we focus on.
I would add to that, and drop the S word.
Yeah.
Stop using the S word.
Yep.
Right, we use it in every line, every paragraph.
Yep.
So let's talk about innovation. Here, we're making the same mistake. We're talking about just environment. It's about people. It's about competitive benefit. It's business words. It's business advantage. It's future fit.
Well,
that's
I
where we
don't
gotta
think,
go.
I mean, I put it to you, Guy, that isn't going to please Iris with her point, because if we unleash the innovation beetles, or whatever they are they really going to head towards the carbon conundrum?
Yeah, you've got to disconnect that from your growth, right? Growth doesn't mean increased CO2 necessarily. How do we break that conundrum? That's a regenerative mindset that we got to do. Right? And there's lots of places around the world that are now doing that. Lots of venues are out now.
And David, we'll bring you in, but Iris, Sarah, Guy is saying drop the sustainability word.
Yeah, and somehow, yes, it will happen, because we are not talking about the necessity of doing financial issues properly or human resources in the right way. It's the same. It's included. It's the DNA of future-orientated business. So
But I'm still going to push back to you all on this, to say you really believe that left to their own, because you've already talked about the power of frameworks to force people to do things. And our upbeat perspective is, left to our own innovative devices, all of what would have been known as the sustainability goals will still be checked.
I mean, that you've got to have carrots and you've got to have sticks.
Yeah.
Right? So like the donkey, right? We're going to have the carrot, and so we need enough of those in terms of how we incentivize, how we take people on that journey, how we sell the vision. But we need a stick as well, and you need to integrate regulations.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. David, the single biggest barrier, what's not been said?
Well, I'm going to switch my vote from financial to actually cultural. I've been convinced by Guy and others, but it picks up on the leadership point. When we were implementing sustainability at the World Economic Forum, when we were pushing all these metrics, yes, you're driving innovation and you unleash tremendous creativity, but you also unleashed a sense that we were taking stuff away. Oh, we're not getting the convenient Coke bottles in the fridge, we're not getting...
less good.
And so people somehow thought that you were taking something that was benefit, that was easy. You're making life harder, you're making it more complicated and so on. And so we have to overcome that culture if we're going to change into whatever it's going to be. Yeah. And so thinking about it as the opportunity, not as the compliance, not as the cost, not as the taking away.
And sort of sucking the joy from it.
And I think the automotive industry has done great with that, with electric cars. They've really managed to change. They don't talk so much about sustainability, but I wish
So on that, and we've talked about how we shift things, but just a final very brief word before we open the phone lines, for voting. What's a myth around sustainability that we should really just discard? Iris?
That it is a trend that goes away. It's here to stay.
Yeah, amazing. Sarah?
visibility doesn't equal impact. Just because you talk about it very loudly doesn't mean that you actually do it.
Yeah, here's to that.
Cost perception. ICA, and you released a great piece of research yesterday out of associations. 50% still think cost is a barrier, yet 54% were prepared to spend more. I mean, explain that to me.
Yeah, that's
so there's a dichotomy, a paradox.
Paradox, for sure. Thank you, Guy. David?
Myth of complexity. I think we've got to strip away from all these complicated frameworks, all these different standards, and get back to what's core. And that's the measurable things: how much water, where's my energy coming from, what am I doing with my waste? Because those things do actually have tangible business benefits when you innovate around them and when you change your mindset around them.
Yeah, amazing. Whatever words we choose to use and not use, it is incredibly clear that we want you to continue playing the roles in whatever name they have for a very long time to come. Iris, yes, Guy?
And I think that's a really exciting time. The market is changing. You're seeing consolidation now. The work that Kai has pioneered at Net Zero and now aligning with the Events Industry Council work on standards. You're seeing many things coming together. It's going to get easier. It's getting easier. It's really the great time to step up now.
Yeah. Well, the rest of this conversation will play out around the edges in the breaks and, of course, back on the main stage throughout the summit. But for now, Iris, Sarah, Guy, David, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'll see you backstage in a moment. What would you have said is the biggest barrier? Brilliant point at the end on complexity. Oliver Wendell Holmes says, I couldn't give a fig for simplicity on this side of complexity, but I would give my life for simplicity on the other side of complexity. So thank you to anyone who helps to make things clearer for us, especially on these huge topics. Speaking of the power of simple good ideas, let me just commend to you the Innovation Cluster over lunch. Georgi Kamov will be in his own arena. And what Georgi does better than anyone I've seen is he takes your insights and then gets your ideas and weaves them into a tapestry of new thinking. So today's theme is on public-private collaboration, so we definitely commend that to you. We're going to talk about host city narratives now. How do you craft that narrative? It's a really important session. To lead it, someone I had a brilliant conversation with yesterday evening, a partner at JWC. Please welcome with his panel, Dr. Gert Weber.
Gentlemen, please. Yeah. Wonderful. We are coming to the last session of the morning. Just before lunch, hopefully you're all interested in some of the discussion we will have here in the next 30 minutes. We are talking about the beyond venue discussion. What else is going on? How we influence the city? What are the immediate, the long-term effects of doing MICE events in a venue? That has a lot of impacts I think we are all aware of, and that's also why the government is really interested. It's job, it's tourism, it's urban development, a lot of topics, and hopefully we will cover some of them in the next 30 minutes. I'm very honored to introduce two experts here next to me. On the one side, we have Majed Al-Juaid, CEO of Riyadh Front. I think if you are in the MICE industry here in Riyadh, you know him quite well because it's really an amazing job he did. He started his business 4, 5, 6 years ago for the MICE industry, as a temporary venue for Riyadh season. And now what's going on? He is the highest utilized venue in Riyadh with a capacity of 50K. So wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
And at the same time, Jose Vicente, CEO of Qatar Business Event Corporation, managing the venue in Qatar, the most popular one, DECC. But he is not only coming from Qatar, he's bringing a huge experience to our round here. He has been working in Europe, mainly in Spain, but also in some other countries. He has been in Qatar for some years. Then he moved to China, always managing venues, and now he is in 2 or 3 years back to Qatar. Wonderful to have the two of you here in the session. Majid, let's start first with you. Tell us the amazing story of Riyadh Front and the impact on the neighborhood and the city you had.
Thank you very much. I think most of the people, they know the story about Riyadh Front. Riyadh Front is established in 2019, in October 2019, for the purpose of entertainment, for the first Riyadh season. After the pandemic, we changed our mix from entertainment to entertainment and trade show. So it's become time to time more demanded for the trade show. And of course, as a private sector, we have the flexibility to satisfy our clients. It's become the first destination for the big shows. And alhamdulillah, now it's doing well and booked for the next 2 years.
Yeah, amazing.
But still we have a space.
Yeah. What I really like in this story that it's not a purpose-built venue. Yeah, you started from a totally different approach.
Yes.
And suddenly identify a huge opportunity and demand. And I think quite a number of organizers, and as we heard yesterday, a lot of new coming to Saudi. I'm very happy to have this venue, even if it's not a long-term investment strategic plan.
Actually, if you want to story how we build it. It was a temporary structure, and it was instruction by His Excellency Turki Al Sheikh to build it in 50 days. So we built it in 50 days. We opened the first show, which is the Falcon Show. The total land, it was at that time, it's 250,000 square meter, and at that time, 38,000 indoor. After the pandemic, it gave us a time to develop and turn it from temporary structure to permanent structure. We add space, we add services, we learn from the market, and we engage with international exhibit organizers who we learn from them a lot of things. So now for the next development stage, we will have, because our friend Jochen last summit in this place, in the same panel, Mr. Jochen, he told me that, Majid, you are a temporary structure, not a conference place. So now we decide to do the Congress Center. Inshallah, in April, it will be the first show, WPC, for Ministry of Energy, and it will be permanent building. Of course, with a lot of changes in the design of the venue to serve the exhibitors, organizers, and the visitors well, inshallah.
Yeah. Wonderful. And this is just for me as a consultant working here now for 5 years here. This story is, and there are some more also. Sela is something which we can count into this category. Don't underestimate the private sector and the speed and what they can deliver. Yeah, he's a very best example next to others, but definitely one of the leading ones here. Don't underestimate the private sector in Saudi.
Yes.
Jose, coming to you and a bench of venues and countries you worked in and managed venues. Yeah, a little bit background from your side, and then the focus also, how important are shows, the venues, the shows to the development of a city.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you for the introduction. Okay. Well, as Gerd was telling, it is my second time I'm in Doha. I was the one with the company, previous company, but was a joint venture of FIRA Barcelona, Spain, and a local partner. We were intended to operate, manage, and start operations at the venue. So we enter in a brand new venue, state of the art for sure, one of the highest ceilings, 16 meters high. And by the time we have 5 halls, 30,000 square meters. plus some outdoor area. And there was a second phase, and it was very interesting what you were telling before, that we were going to add more multifunctional purposes halls, plus auditoriums, meeting rooms, and some big ballrooms, apart from central kitchens. This is a project that probably will come, because now we are, I wouldn't say run out of space, but of course in the peak moment, we have some difficulties to allocate any kind of event. So in the backside, we have now a park area that was beautified for the FIFA World Cup 22 happening in Doha. And we are starting to use quite often. But I would like to make a temporary permanent structure as well, waiting for maybe for future development. So we are situated in the financial center of Doha, West Bay, which is really convenient. We have more than 6,000 hotel rooms walking distance, and 20,000, 25,000, 10, 15 minutes by car. So we are connected with the metro, safe over from the airport and from the many parts of the city. So it's a really very well constructed and a manageable venue, which is giving us a lot of good results.
See, let me ask one question, because you have a very special situation. You were the manager of the venue, the CEO, before the World Cup, and then there was a break in between and afterwards. How does this mega event, which brings Qatar, Doha, really on the world map of events, how does it change your business in attracting new clients to the country?
Well, first of all, we found out more hotel rooms. So that's the first impact, the first big impact. The image of the country. I think much more people, not in the region, of course, but talking about worldwide, now understand better where Qatar is, what the situation, what's the economy-wise, and also for the people visiting the country for the World Cup, they get a good image of how we can organize things, big events like World Cup, and other ones to come. So it's creating image, more infrastructure. Of course, the roads were transformed. Metro was, all the stadiums were connected. The good thing of this big event was that in the same day, you could attend to any match. It's not like in every country that maybe even you share different countries or different cities with a long distance. Here you can go one morning to one match, early afternoon to another one, and the evening the third one. So you were really involved in the football, soccer world, okay? So infrastructure, image, and the legacy, because now we have a lot of venues that could be used for many purposes. So there is no excuse from our end to be able to attract and at least to offer for any kind of event, cultural, sportive, concerts. We are starting to do a lot of concerts in those stadiums, which are starting not to be used just for soccer, okay? So this is helping us a lot. It gave us a legacy that can be shown, and I'm sure it will happen here in the Kingdom as well.
That would be my next question. What is your recommendation to Riyadh or to Saudi, with the same experience they will have in 2030 and 34,
Well, I'm sure.
What should venues do to really make the best out of this unbelievable opportunity?
I am sure now the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is on top. Congratulations for that. I think you are doing an excellent job from regional point of view. All which is good for Saudi is good for the region. That's my first approach. Everyone is winning because the image of the whole region is changing completely. And there is always connections, and there is always... so we are so happy of all your success, first of all. Second, it will be great. If now you have all this good image worldwide, after all what will happen in the next future with your World Cups, Expos, and all those things that are coming, will activate more venues, as you were telling. I think you need more venues, as far as I have seen with your case and what's happening. And this will be perfect. Once you can allocate, the demand with the 16 venues, it will be perfect. But again, all what's happening here and all the good things that have been here will be benefit for the whole of the region. So I think that's fantastic and great.
Yeah. Majid,
Majid, I think his story that they learned from the World Cup for the football. In 2019, my knowledge about the exhibition's zero. So because of the Entertainment Authority, they assigned us to do the entertainment show. And after the pandemic, we started in exhibitions. I think when we invest in our staff, in human resource, hiring the right and the best consultant, that's what makes us the first choice for the exhibitors, which is also we learn from them. So after that, I think what will happen in 2030, the Riyadh Expo and the World Cup, it will be big challenge to us to do more and more, inshallah.
Yeah, it's actually my next point. If I just listen to this conference and see how many international organizers next to local, next to regional one approaching the market, yeah? And you're telling us, yeah, some slots are still available, but it's very limited, yeah? How will the next years look like if we do not see a major venue development from 26, let's say, to 2030 maybe? Look only for 4 or 5 years.
I will not
what
announce.
are you offering?
I will not announce anything. Yes, there is a demand. There is a good demand. Alhamdulillah, we have been approached by good organizers, and as much as we can, we gave them space, distribute to them and between them the space, with promising to invest, inshallah. I believe the confirmed one, it's in Medina Munawwara, inshallah. We have a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce of Al Medina to do a nice venue there. In Riyadh, we are working in another venue, but still it's not confirmed yet. It's not announced because we cannot announce unless we have the license. Internationally, we are going to many countries, inshallah, to do many fronts like Riyadh fronts, inshallah.
Yeah, but that's not really the answer to my question, Majid. Where is the capacity? All these people will do the shows in the next 5 years. If only
this is not on Majid only. This is on the private sector with me and the other people. But as much as we can, promise to find a space.
Yeah. Okay.
Inshallah.
Okay. Please. Yeah. Because if I just take all the new shows and if they only grow by 50%, if they're small in the beginning, yeah. Where should it happen? Yeah, Malem, Isaac, you have it, you name it. We all know these exhibition centers. Yeah. Okay, we trust in you. Please deliver.
Inshallah.
Coming to our final topic, to have the indirect effects. Jose, how you're managing this challenge that sometimes the government, you're a government venue, yeah, and also the owner of your managing company is government. To balance between the profit, the revenue of your company, and maybe the opportunities for the country. So to attract events which are not bringing the best return to you, but to the city, to the country. How you balance this?
Well, always, the balance. There is always short-term impact, economical impact, and long-term. Short-term, of course, is tourism boost, which is some of the things that I think in all our region we are looking for, job creation in terms of hotels, transport, the people working in the exhibition, and which is huge. Yesterday, we closed the first edition of Mobile World Congress Doha, which is the reference of the sector of telecommunication and others, And maybe the first day there were 2,000 people working over there with the exhibitors and many other people. And also revenue generating because, so sectors that are, involved are retail because they have to buy things and they buy things, of course. Hospitality, restaurants, hotels, but transport as well, taxi, car rental, public transportation, airlines, of course. So there is a direct impact, and this will lead in the long term to investment, future investment. All the venues that will generate the future from the FIFA and hopefully from in Saudi as well will give a legacy to host more events It will recover also, or let's say, urban regeneration. All these big events has a push to our authorities to beautify the city, to create parks, to create something nice and attractive. So this is a legacy that is going much more ahead. You know, now with the 10,000 visitors in 2 days that visited Mobile World Congress, and the 35,000 that will visit in Web Summit Qatar, for instance, they are newcomers, most of them. So they change their mind about the region.
Yeah.
They see wonderful things. They see a very high-level countries, cities. The level of services are incredible. I am from Europe, as you can imagine, and we are behind, much far behind in many terms of those things. So we are used to quality of life, to service delivery, which is there is no similarities in other places, and I can see it. It's my first time here in Riyadh, and I feel like at home, if I could say, because I see the same quality of everything. So we are aligned. This is a region where, and so the economical impact, short term, long term, is incredible. We have to take care about going at the same time with the development, with sustainability, measurement, and to do it the right way, okay, and to accommodate this legacy and to the image that we have to give to the world. But apart from that, we have to go ahead with all these investments and image that we are giving to the rest of the world.
Thank you. Gentlemen, unfortunately, we are running totally out of time, and we can hear lunch already started. Yeah. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
For the interesting insights. Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
Majid, next time you're sitting here, you're telling us what will happen 27 to 31. Yeah. Where are the venues?
I can always offer Doha for a small of your event.
Yeah. Okay.
Coming back here.
It's good neighbors helping.
Give me the chance.
Helping out. Okay. Wonderful. Thanks to all listening to us, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Geert, and your phenomenal panel. Congratulations, gentlemen. Excellent. Wonderful. What a great conversation on how cities are building meaning, identity, and global competitiveness. And now we're going to be shifting gears because it is time to refuel, both with lunch and with insight. We're going to be breaking now and returning here at 2:30 p.m. sharp. However, before you disappear and dive into an afternoon packed with big ideas and bold conversations, there are a couple of things that are happening during lunch that we do not want you to miss. First, over at the Sparks stage, we have the National Centre for the Non-Profit Sector. They are hosting the assembly, and that is kicking off at 1:15. Make sure you join it. You can have lunch before or after. Just make sure you do catch it. Secondly, we have in the innovation cluster a continued dialogue on destination development with public-private collaboration. How can the two together develop a destination? That is a session that starts at 1 p.m. sharp, and lunch will be served right there. So take your pick, keep the energy, keep the conversations going, and we are super excited to see you back here at the plenary stage at 2:30. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen. See you then.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our final afternoon together at the IMS 2025. Thank you for being with us so far in this brilliant summit, and thank you for your conversations, for your connections. I know that lunch is always a time of new sparks between delegates. So welcome back. I've got a very busy afternoon in store for you. And this first conversation could not be more timely. It is all about driving gender diversity across the MICE industry. We're going to welcome two very special guests to the stage. One is a transformational leader in venue development, in venue management, in premium service delivery across the sector. I'm talking, of course, about the brilliant Debbie Christiansen from Oak View Group, where she runs activities across the region. And Debbie is going to be joined by another really leading individual across the sector, an executive director for global corporate development and strategy at Messe Düsseldorf. So 19 exhibition centers, 262,000 square meters of hall space. So two leaders at the top of their game. Please welcome Debbie Christiansen and Claire Steinbruck. Debbie. Debbie, welcome. Very good to see you. Hello, Claire. Please come and have a seat. Debbie, Claire, welcome to IMS. So, Debbie, you spent quite a bit of your time out here in the region.
I have. The last almost 21 years, actually, across the region. Started in Bahrain, moved to UAE, and then back to Bahrain, and now to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so we're all quite internationally minded, but Claire, most of your time spent in Germany.
Yes, I did.
And a recent role, congratulations.
Thank you.
I think I got those numbers just about right, 19 halls. Yeah, a huge spread. But we're here to talk about gender diversity. So let's get your initial snapshot on how the industry is doing, whether progress is being made, or if it's more talk than action. Debbie.
Well, I think in this part of the world, in the Middle East and in the GCC, I think it's working phenomenally well, actually. I think we're almost probably more advanced in terms of diversity than we are in other parts of the world. And I can say that if I was back in UK, I don't think I'd see as much progress or diversity and support for women in leadership. We've got amazing women in this part of the world, and certainly in Saudi Arabia, whether they're venue management, whether they're putting together bids, or whether they're leading tourism strategies. Doesn't mean to say that we still don't have a way to go. I'd like to see more female CEOs. I'd like to see more female women with a presence on boards. But I think we've made great progress, and I certainly think from the Middle East region and the GCC particularly that we've made great strides.
Okay, so this is a relatively positive picture, and we want to dig into what has worked and what continues to work. Claire, an initial snapshot from you.
Well, I think there's still room to improve, speaking about Germany and Europe. We have a majority of women working in the operational level, and if we're speaking about the top management, it's mainly male dominated. So I think this is a good start, and there, I mean, me or you, we are best examples, best practices, but still I think there could be more women on the table.
And let's not miss this opportunity to shine a light on who's leading the organizations, who's attending the events, who's represented on stage at the event. So we should keep the lens as wide as possible for this, Claire. But let's stay with you in terms of what actually works, especially, as you have both done, getting women into senior leadership positions. Talk us through that in practice. What works?
Well, I had the chance to follow a mentoring program. I think this is great if you have mentors who takes you by the hand and give you the confidence that you can do it. I think that's a big issue women still have, that they don't have the confidence to say, I trust, I can do it. I still think, speaking about Germany and Europe, that it's still you're stuck due to the system that you have the decision, should I be a mom or can I do a career? I have twins, they are 2.5 years old, so everyone I'm telling I'm doing this job, it's like, wow, how are you doing that? And I think it shouldn't be a neither or nor question. It should be very normal that you have the decision, no matter what if male or female, to join this career option.
So let's stay on mentoring for a moment. And Debbie, I'd love your take on this. But Claire, briefly, to what extent is a leader to say, you know, mentoring is something we encourage, something we want to see, or does it have to be more structured, more programmatic? What works in practice in your experience?
I think it needs to be more structured, and I think we really need, and speaking about like generally the potential of leadership, I think we need to structure and to take our young leaders by the hand and to structure the next steps and to identify who are the potential leaders of the future. And for me, it's very important that we are concentrating on who are the best leaders. Yeah. It's no matter if it's only female or men, it needs to be the best ones who are taking over this great challenge of transforming our industry.
So Debbie, let's pull on this thread around mentorship because it's something that you both now do for others and presumably that you've benefited from yourself.
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly with what Claire has said. I've been very blessed to have had 2 male mentors in my career, and I can wholeheartedly say I wouldn't be in the position I'm in now without those 2 gentlemen. One is really an icon in the industry, Ray Bloom, who launched IMEX in Frankfurt and Las Vegas. I learned so much from that man, and I continue to learn so much from him. He's an absolute inspiration. Mentorship is something that's very dear to my heart because I've been through that, because I've had that level of support. And I think back to the age of 22 when I was starting in my career in this industry, and you know, I had no confidence. I was very focused, I was hardworking, but I didn't have the confidence, I didn't have the belief in myself. And so it took my 2 bosses at that time to be able to see that in me and really help me bring the confidence out. And I think as leaders now, we all have a responsibility. It's not just a responsibility, it's the right thing to do. It's about paying it forward, giving back to others who are starting out in their career, the next generation of young leaders. And it doesn't just stop with mentorship. It's, I think you said it perfectly. You've got to have a plan in place. You can mentor, but that person needs to know that there is a plan for them. There is an opportunity for their growth. And how are they going to get there? How are you going to help them to get there? So it's us as leaders to be able to identify those people and see them and see the opportunities and see where we see them in the future as young leaders, but how are we going to help them to get there?
And Claire, this goes beyond mentorship in terms of those one-to-one relationships. Let's explore a little more broadly that thought around sponsorship in general, because that is a wider form of seeing people, of recognizing talent.
Yeah. Well, I think sponsorship is also like putting someone in first row, which means and this is starting with us because we are leaders, is like to identify who are our potential leaders and then to put them on the first row and to take them with you if you go to a conference or to let them speak. So I think give them a voice and give them visibility, and that's sponsorship. And only by giving them that channel and that chance, I think they can develop and feel, okay, this is like inspiring, and I feel the confidence, and I think that's very important, so mentoring and sponsorship.
I'm very tempted here, Debbie, to pull on the thread that you mentioned earlier about the light that you see in this part of the world.
Yeah.
What do you think has helped to unlock that? What has driven that? Because by the sounds of it, that momentum has built quite intensely.
I think that's leadership, and that's leadership at the highest level. From whether it's His Majesty the King down to His Highness, the Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and I've seen that across every country in the GCC, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's Bahrain, whether it's UAE, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait. I've seen that, and I've seen the positivity, and I certainly over the last 5 years, that progression, and that level of support, and support for young women to grow, whether they're at ministerial level or at CEO at different organizations. And it's so inspiring to see that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really inspiring.
And Claire, you've been candid about, room to grow in other parts of the world. So, I mean, this is a group of peers. What gets in the way? What needs to be unblocked?
Well, I think it depends again on which kind of system you're growing, but if I think the system needs to change as well, so that, for example, speaking me as a mother, you need to have a stable system which gives you the possibility that it's not breaking down because they're weak at the kindergarten. So you need a system which is giving you confidence and letting you grow. And I think also speaking about, sometimes I think like this female leadership support is a bit like a buzzword. So you need really walk the talk and make it authentic, because that's what you just said, Debbie. I think there's a lot that everyone's saying and we want to push. And for example, I'm not someone who's pro the quote of putting into management women, because then everyone's saying, obviously, the next, COO is going to be a woman. I don't want to be the women who is following because it's going to be a woman. I want to be the CEO or one of the board or doing my career because I'm good. And this is like really not like pushing the giving them the fundament to grow. And I think like sponsorship and mentoring will push a peer group into the first row.
So I think if we build on this then, Debbie, what we're talking about here, beyond sponsorship, beyond mentorship, is actually how the organization designs itself, the different levers that it can use, because what Claire's talking about is flexibility.
100%. You have to have flexibility, and that should be across the board, because you have a lot of working parents now who are very involved if they have children. You need to give that balance and that flexibility for men and women, and not for people to feel scared to ask if they're going to come in late, or if they need time off to do something with the kids or go to the parent teachers. I'm also a working mum, so I know exactly what you went through when you probably went back to work, because you almost feel like you have to prove yourself again. Yeah. You have to work 10 times harder, but actually you don't. You just have to be yourself. You did a great job before you had children, and you're doing a great job after. So
on that though, Debbie, if you are giving, let's say you're giving a pep talk to your European colleagues, and I'm not trying to force a divide here where there isn't one, but you've seen both sides, in terms of different regions in the world. Yeah. If you're saying, look, you have an amazing opportunity to advance talented women upwards through your organization, and here is what you need to do more of.
See, I'm very lucky because I'm working for an organization that actually supports diversity.
Yes.
Whether it's in the US or whether it's in Europe, and I think that's why I've chosen to work for them actually. Yeah. Not every organization is like that, so I think we need to champion, and we need to be the ones that are sort of banging the drum to make sure that people get opportunity and they see the benefits of those opportunities, because diversity drives business. Yeah. It means you understand your audiences better. We don't work in a one-size-fits-all industry. Yeah. We adapt to the environment that we're in, so we make sure that we can speak to our audience, whether that's Gen Z, the baby boomers, or whatever it is. And we're all different backgrounds, different cultures, different ethnicities. We need to make sure that we can adapt and be more creative. We can speak to our audiences. We can deal with challenges in the right way. So I think having that diversity and driving that diversity and showcasing the benefits of that, because it makes good business, and it makes a happy team also.
And Claire, give us your take on that, because it's almost, it completely stands to reason, doesn't it, why that's good for business, not just gender diversity, but bridging generations, bringing very different disciplines together. Exactly. But you must see that play out in the organization.
Yes, of course we do. We are creating platforms for people. We are bringing together people. So it would be, for me it's a no-brainer that obviously we need to have female and male leaders coming together. And I think it's about different perspectives. So the more perspectives we are analyzing a project or an innovation or the more you have, the better is the output. I was when I was preparing for this panel talk, I remember that I once read an article that there was male engineers. They were doing the navigation system for the cars, and so everything was doing very well, and they tested it and so on. And then there was a woman sitting in the car trying to use the navigation system, and it didn't work. Because what did they forget? They forget that the frequency of the voice of a woman is different than of a man. So obviously, I mean, it was the best, everything was tested, but there was one really important sequence, which was maybe speaking and challenging the project with a woman. So you're missing out a target group, you're missing something to bring your project further. So for me, still that we have this discussion is, I don't know, strange, because as I said, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it does totally stand to reason. What would be great to explore a little bit more is, you know, the advancement of women through the industry is not the responsibility of women alone.
No.
So what is your practical advice for male allies, not just in this industry, but around the world? Because clearly they will have your messages ringing in their ears around sponsorship, around mentorship, but what else? What practically, either what gets in the way, Debbie, or what works in practice? What's your message to our colleagues?
It's a difficult one for me because I've only ever had male support. And since I've been in this region for 20 years, I've had real support from male colleagues. So I haven't faced barriers. You know, they have wives, they have mothers, they have daughters, they have nieces. So they're advocates for women in the workplace anyway, and they're advocates for that diversity. So I think also sometimes we have to put ourselves out there as well. We have to be willing to be seen and be heard. Sometimes, and I've suffered it from myself, we suffer from imposter syndrome. We're our own worst enemy sometimes, women. We talk ourselves out of things. We don't believe in ourselves enough. And sometimes it takes men to be that catalyst to say, actually, you are good enough. You can do this.
So let me ask a more sensitive question. What's your message to a male ally who says, I want to respond to your call to mentor more women, but I don't want that offer to be misinterpreted. I don't want that offer to be inappropriate in terms of unwanted, but I do want to step into a mentoring role because listening to Claire, listening to Debbie, I'm not doing enough. What do you say to them?
Do it.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it. Nike, just do it.
Yeah.
JDI, I like it. Claire, what's your message to the guys in the room?
Well, I would see it like Debbie. There is not only a message to the guys, there's also a message to the women. Believe in yourself and start. I think like men are really good in networking, and they're not that competitive, so they really collaborate in another way than women does. So still, I have the feeling that sometimes either you have, like Debbie, we met 2 months ago, that you really have a match and you can feel she wants to support. But there are a lot of women who are saying, oh, there's another woman on stage. I don't want her. So this is like a trailer also for women to stand up and to stick together, to have the confidence, but also to build bridges together and to build those networks, but not only in the silo. And what would I say to men? Networks is to open, because I think that we can be, that putting together and make it more diverse could be also more fun for a men network. Yes. So I think it's either break it up, the sponsorship thing, take one you think, I believe she has the possibility and the capacity, take her, put her on first row, test her, challenge her, and women, be more open-minded, trust in yourself and go out. Yeah. And then it's not a neither or nor. Everything is possible.
Yes. So let's take one step back, because what we've seen at this summit is representatives from some huge platforms. I mean, literally reaching millions of people. So if we think about this agenda of elevating women across the sector and beyond, how ambitious do you think we're being about it? What more can be done, especially in terms of representation on stages and beyond? You know, to what extent are we on the right track? To what extent are we hearing from the same few voices? Just give us the critical eye. And Claire, let's come to you first, and then Debbie. You can be as blunt as you like. We're amongst friends.
No, I need Debbie to ask first. I need to think a bit about the question.
Well, I can see the change already happening. It used to be, if I go back 5-10 years, I was perhaps the only woman on the panel, and it was a tick box. It felt like a tick box. Okay, we need to have a woman on the panel. You know, we need to be look like we're a company that follows diversity, etc. So, and I feel that that's changing now. That is definitely changing. We have, and I go back to my point earlier. We do have a responsibility to see people, to look for, identify people who have that ability, and sometimes culturally, people will hold back, so it's up to us to be able to go and approach that person and just say, listen, I believe you have this skill set, you have this ability, you're what I call a shining star. I look for those shining stars. I look for attitude, I look for personality. They might not have the right skill set, they might not have the right qualification, but that's what I look for, and I think, okay, how am I going to help to support that person?
Yeah. And not to mix our metaphors too much, but sometimes the shining star has their light under a bushel, but it's your ability to spot that.
It's our ability, it's our,
And I think also that you need like really to like this pushing and to learn from other countries and other systems. How are they doing that? What is like, you know, you need those best practices and you need those role models, because the more you see it, the more normal it gets.
Yes.
And then this is the phase of adaptation. This is the phase of transformation. So it's our responsibility, but I think like also being open to learn from other systems, to see, okay, how are they doing it? And then like, having more of those best practices that proves by result that it is working.
But by your own admission, though, Claire, you are, especially in our part of the world, in a minority.
Mm-hmm.
So who was that role model for you? How have you done that?
Mainly, I was also, in my career, it was mainly also men who was seeing me and taking me by the hand. I can't remember a woman, and when we spoke, I said there was once, before I started here at Messen Düsseldorf, I was responsible for the food technology show, and there was once an assistant who started, and she said, I wanted to come to you not only because the job's interesting, because you're it's for the first time a woman who's my boss. And I was like, okay. And she was trying to challenge, what's the difference between being led by men or if having a boss who's a woman. So I haven't had this female role model yet. I have met now women which I admire, which I really like, which I would like also to push, because I feel this responsibility to take women at my hand and to maybe I can be a role model, because I have both young children and a career, and maybe some women who has doubts might look at me and say, okay, she did it and she's doing quite okay.
You are, exactly.
So, but I have no female role model right now.
And when you both look across your organization, we've talked about the upper echelons, if you like. In terms of the talent coming into the industry, give us a sense on that of what you see, because I spend a lot of my time around certain tech companies, and the red light is flashing on the dashboard in many cases. They are not getting the young female talent that they require, especially given how excellent young women are at sciences throughout our education system. So I just want to get a sense of it. You might feel that it's very nicely balanced, but I just want to get a sense check. Debbie?
I mean, I do feel it's a little bit more balanced, and I certainly in this part of the world also see more women moving into technology, moving into engineering. So perhaps industry sectors that culturally were a little bit taboo some time ago, and now that's not the case. One of the reasons I wanted to be here in Saudi Arabia and to be part of this unbelievable change here is to be able to help develop that next generation of young leaders. And I'm seeing all these wonderful young Saudi women here in the audience. And you're the inspiration for us. You are the future. And, you know, I think both Claire and I share this same passion about what can we do to help you?
Yeah.
You know, I want to be part of that development. My last position in Bahrain, 85% of my team were Bahrainis. They had zero experience. They came really in at grassroots level, but they had great attitude and they had a willingness to learn and a desire to learn. The time I left, 50% of my leadership team were women, and it was because they earned those roles. They earned those positions. They worked hard, they were committed, they were dedicated. Most of them were working mums. So I think it's, you know, the opportunity to help develop and give back. That it's my passion.
Well, and Debbie, you're too modest to say this, but we are thinking it. They had a role model.
I'd like to think I was. You know, I've had role models, and if I can pass some of that back and help somebody else, that gives me immense pride and satisfaction.
No, 100% you are. Thank you. Claire, what do you see when you look lower down the organisation, if I can put it that way, but at a younger level?
Well, I think that our industry is in a huge transformation phase, so we don't have any other options than being open and to give space to thinking different. And we need to think different because otherwise our industry is not successful. So I do believe that this whole dynamic has already started.
Good.
And yes, so I think we don't have another option. So
I must say, other than you know, a renewed focus on taking mentorship, sponsorship, seeing people, changing how people feel about themselves more seriously, these summits can be an opportunity to reflect, to make commitments.
Of course.
Whether that's to the wider world, whether it's internally when we go back to our offices on Monday. What's the sort of commitment that we could seed now in our final few minutes together, particularly on this agenda? What's coming? What comes to mind? Debbie and then Claire.
I'm gonna let Claire take this.
I like this. I like this.
Your questions are kind of tricky.
Claire's
so-
not thanking you for this, but
Are we doing giving
tag teams?
it's 1-1.
Well, I think what is happening now on those summits, and last week there was UFI. So you see now my face, you see Debbie's face, you see another. It's starting with a network. So there is this movement, and the more we come together and those platforms, this is getting more and more and stronger. So, and I think it's, as I said, it's already, the transformation has already started. So I think like we're more visible, you get more visible, and every of those touch points is going to bring us further. So, yes.
Beautifully said.
Thank you.
Beautifully said.
It also strikes me that, I don't want to overstep here, but you're peer mentors to each other.
Yeah, I think we are, actually.
And you've met out here
Yes.
and had quality time together here.
Exactly, but you feel it directly, and I think it's nice also because Debbie is another generation, and I'm another generation, and there would be normally maybe a third between us. So I think that's nice because also different perspectives, and this is really, it's about perspective.
Yeah, it is exactly that. Thank you for giving us that fresh perspective, but thank you for role modeling all that we've talked about. Thank you for being the real deal, and thank you for seeing so many of our guests here today. And in the spirit of paying it forward, if there's a conversation that this has inspired, please let's have it before the summit ends, and not fly or ride home thinking, I wish I'd talked to that person about that thing. And Claire, Debbie, I know you'll agree with that. Now is the moment to have these conversations. So thank you for having them with us today. Claire, Debbie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ollie. And thank you, ladies, for that fantastic conversation. Absolutely
Took me by
loved
surprise
it.
there, Sally. It's nice to see you.
And you. Always good to see you, Ollie.
By the way, hasn't Sally Musa absolutely smashed it as our MC today? Thank you, Sally.
You're too kind.
Lovely
You're
to see
too
you.
kind.
Thank you.
Ollie, of course, taking day one and doing an incredible job himself. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you something a little bit provocative. If your next event had no budget increase but double the personalization, how much more impact do you think you could create? Would it be 10%? Hands up. 10%? 30%? 100%? It's a good question because in a world where we have every attendee expecting relevance, immediacy, and meaning, personalization isn't just a feature, it is a new foundation for engagement, loyalty, and ROI. From AI-powered matchmaking and curated content journeys to adaptive environments and sensory design, the most successful events today feel less like programs and more like personalized worlds that are built around each and every single one of us. So in this next session, The Power of Tailored Experiences, we're going to be exploring exactly how that intersection of data technology and human insights is rewriting the attendee journey from the ground up. So to talk more about all of this, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speakers to the panel. Welcome. Joining me are two leaders who are shaping this transformation into tailored experiences. Engineer Abdallah Al-Ghamidi, the founder and chairman of the Customer Experience Association, a pioneer in customer-centric transformation, known for translating behavioral insight and innovation into measurable satisfaction, loyalty, and business growth. We can't wait to get into that with you. As well as Oliver MK, the Managing Director, Middle East and Africa at George P. Johnson, a strategist and architect of experiences who has built some of the region's most influential brand environments. Super exciting stuff. We love it. Welcome, gentlemen. Great to have you both. Oliver, let's start with you, because the explosion of hybrid formats and data-driven engagement has permanently changed the way that audiences expect to see and experience events when they walk into them, particularly business events. So what is the most significant shift that you're seeing in how attendees want to interact? And how is it reshaping the design and strategy of events today?
Yeah, well, as you said it's been reshaped, but I would even say it's recalibrated, because the times where we would build a static event, they're way over. So the expectation of our audiences has shifted from being told, being sort of entertained, into active participation. So we all want to join journeys that our brands display, or a journey that we sort of attend, and time has become the most valuable asset in our lives, right? Since we also know that the digital world has sort of like brought a lot of change in terms of the broadness and the reach in terms of data, right? But the depth in terms of the in-person interaction of our events has become more and more valuable.
And what are some of the most powerful examples that you've seen of that happening?
Well, there's multiple examples. However, I would say the playfulness of events in terms of like in the interactiveness of our events that we do these days is impressive. So brands that sort of like have been maybe in the past seen as tech brands and not really engaging have become really powerful, and the big tech brands that we know from the world that have made their way into in experiential world, so that data can be really felt and analyzed, right? And in a way that it's not, the distance is gone to data, because we sort of understand these days, because we're using data every day in our lives, that we sort of now can feel data, right? When it comes to interactive experiences.
Yeah. Abdullah, if we can come to you, when we're looking at personalization, it used to be a luxury. But today, this is setting a new expectation for attendees. Talk to us, moving on from how Oliver is talking about it there, in terms of AI, analytics, how is it giving you behavioral insights that are really enabling organizations to deliver those tailored experiences at scale? And what does good personalization look like versus something that's just noise?
Amazing. Thank you very much, Sally, for asking this question. And it's actually a pleasure and honor to be with you today. Great minds and great audience as well. If you allow me, how many minutes do I have to answer?
You have a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes, okay. Is it allowed that I can engage with the audience?
Please, we would love that. This is what this session is all about.
Amazing. So I actually agreed before we come here to join with my colleagues that we will enjoy this session together because we are not here lecturing. We like to, me personally, I would like to learn from you as well and to listen from you. And this is one of the key factors for success in customer experience. If you want to be centralized around the customers, you need to listen to them. So here today, we respect your time. We want you to enjoy it as well. I would like to ask one question. I will build my story based on it, if you allow me. How many of you here knows about Customer Experience Association in Saudi Arabia? Just raise your hands.
A few hands in the audience, okay?
Okay. So that's a start. That's good. Because, you know, whenever you're going to fix a problem for customer experience, you have to go to the basics. If you didn't fix the basics, and you mentioned luxury, they always go to the top tier, providing services, and they bring you just the welcoming towels and this kind of stuff, and they give you the best view, but sometimes they never answer your calls when you call. They don't know you. They don't do the personalization factor. So what is matter for me as a luxury, it's a matter that you know me. You personalize everything that you ask through the service that you are providing. So in Customer Experience Association, actually, we are trying to build the ecosystem for customer experience. And we really count on everyone who's believing on providing the services in a central way, how you can provide it the right way to the right audience so that you can provide the best quality of whatever you are offering. So I will leave that for the couple of questions that you will ask, because I don't want to burn everything that we have today, and I want you guys also to enjoy if you have any questions.
I love that, but you know, it kind of makes me wonder, do you use technology to make sure that you can personalize experiences? Because I know what you're talking about. There is something about the personalization between people, that person-to-person experience. That's very special. Yes. But do you use technology in order to be able to enable that?
You use the right technology at the right time.
Yeah.
Because if you use it, you will never get the value of it if you use it wrong. So this is what we are trying to do. You connect everything together. You connect all the tools that you have together, and you build based on it, as my colleague said, the overall journey that you are looking up to have for your clients. So yes, we do.
Yeah.
We utilize that, and we also utilize the people, not only technology, because technology without people, no benefits.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with that. And to that point, Oliver, we often talk about the physical versus the digital touch points as well. But of course, none of it means anything without emotional connection. Sure. And so for you, I love that you talk about sometimes design gets misinterpreted, that it's the design of the thing versus how it makes you feel. So talk to us a bit more about that. How can organizers more seamlessly integrate the digital and the physical to create those more intuitive human experiences?
As Abdullah said, and I fully agree, the technology for technology's sake is the times have gone, as we said, right? So, however, an experience today without technology is also not accepted because people expect when they get engaged that we are informed about what we do, right? So, the thing about technology is it's all about technology. I always see it as a T-shaped experience. Technology and data that gives us the broadness in terms of like makes us broad and it's wide, so it is reach. However, the physical component is the depth, and it sort of anchors the truth, right? So the world, when we're living in times where everything gets questioned. Even our kids would sort of not even believe what they see in social media, right? However, I think we all pick the most exciting and most truthful industry that you can work in because it's the human interaction and it's the human piece, right? That makes it trustworthy and makes it real. So we're sort of the real life people. And that combined with the data makes it very holistic. So I think in times like these, if you get to an event, you accept that there might be a journey to that event, but you expect that there will a follow-up. And so it's a holistic approach that we have to take these days. It's not about, as we said, setting the scene and setting the stage. It's something like, that should be carried on.
One of the things that I'm also afraid of losing as well, maybe with personalization, and maybe it actually helps it, but that sense of serendipity and awe and discovery, the things that you discover accidentally along the way that makes you excited, that make you happy, that you were not expecting to see and to do and people to meet along the way. Because technology can take away from that, particularly when you're dealing with algorithms and the data and it gives you what it thinks you want. Yeah. But you want to discover something new. Yeah. Does it stop it from doing that?
No, I think it does. It actually it provides the opportunity to even do that even better in a way that we're so driven about controlling outcomes, whereas we should be rather we're focused on controlling outcomes, but we should be rather being focused on designing the platform to make the outcome happen. And I think when we look into data, the way we receive technology these days, and also AI, I think the beauty of it is that it's almost become invisible, right? Yeah. So the invisibleness, if that word exists, is something that we would like to see on our events as well. No one wants to click 50 boxes before we come to see an event and come to see other people. However, we would appreciate if I would run into Abdullah next to an exhibit. How come that you happen to be here, right? We just happen to have the same interests and happen to have the same wish for an outcome for an event. However, what we don't realize is that AI in the background would have sort of picked us both to be at the same place at the same time. And maybe that's something that Abdullah has sleepless nights about, right? Also in terms of how can we make that happen, right? And to give people joy and fun in terms of the experience itself, right? It's sort of a seamless integration from data and technology into the real life.
Absolutely, and Abdullah, did you want to add to this point as well? Speaking to the point of, Oliver mentioned something interesting. How do we make sure it remains authentic and it remains culturally sensitive, particularly here in the kingdom? This is such an integral part of the kingdom, experiencing true Saudi culture as well.
Well, actually, he reminds me of one of the times I heard one of my friends said his friend came from outside of Saudi Arabia, and they were just shocked of having a robot just welcoming them in some places. And I was shocked that this is a mistake, to be honest, because you don't want a robot to talk on behalf of you. You want people, culture, talk to you from their culture. You feel it. Whenever you visit any place, you just want to feel the vibe there and the culture part and everything. And when we talk about culture and how to implement that in organizations, I always see it two parts of cultures. An environment culture, which is the geographic place, which is, for example, here Saudi Arabia, or Riyadh City in particular. And also the industry itself, the culture of the industry itself. In health industry, they have a culture. In tourism industry, they have a culture. In entertainment, they have a culture. So all of that should be combined in a framework that you can deliver the right experience for your clients or visitors that they are coming to you. It's good to use technology, but always don't forget that the culture is the main thing that you need to show through your organization to your clients. If you didn't do that, they will not feel anything different. And coming to that in details, we, for example, face some problems when we come to reception, or we are coming to some places which is crowded. The frontliners, they don't have options to make extra mile for you because they don't have that back culture. They behave on them, their experiences. Sometimes it succeeds and sometimes it's failing. And sometimes it's firing back to the organization because they do the extra and no one else is doing the extra.
Yeah, I mean, because if you're trying to scale, then it becomes a big challenge.
So you need to tweak it, yes.
You need to be careful with that. Do you find that some people try to scale too fast and they lose that personalization?
Yes, because they didn't build the boundaries.
Yeah.
And they didn't target the audience that they are serving. It's not always that you target everyone, all the audience. No, you have to put them in personalizations and the personas that you can deal with them, how to deal with them. You build processes based on it. Either you are using a system or you behave with them. A lot of things you need to build internally so that you could reflect outside externally.
I'd love, Oliver, for you to speak to that through your experiences and your projects, and something you were sharing with me backstage about attending an event recently and how it made you feel.
Yeah, and to Abdullah's point, the culture is such an important aspect to what we do, right? And I come from George B. Johnson, and we're one of the largest, if not the largest, strategic experience marketing agency, but we are working globally. The sun never sets across the 32 offices we have. However, every region I get, it's every time the local aspect that makes it special. So it's not about the technology, that's transferable, and it can be also very transactional. And we're really proud to be here in the Kingdom since we opened offices just recently, and we won Didia as a client. We all seen the great sales center yesterday, and it drives me with honor and also with the depth in terms of the history that's sort of displayed in that place, together with I would say a contemporary lifestyle that's almost blended seamlessly in a presence that we were proudly to build and to display at Cityscape. That's the event you talked about.
Yes.
Just recently here in Riyadh, which was an amazing event because it felt very immersive, and it's sort of displayed not only the culture but also the brand attributes from Didia Gate, so because that's also something very important. But most important, the human aspect. And so that being in an event that had such a hospitality atmosphere, that felt for me very unique, where other events sometimes feel very transactional.
And this is so essential to the Saudi culture. It is part of who Saudis are. One of my favorite things when I come to Saudi Arabia is seeing the Saudi people, since it opened up to tourism, since it opened up to the global MICE industry, is meeting Saudi people and seeing how proud they are of the country, of their culture and sharing that with the world. And this is a very special gift. And as you say, Oliver, it moves you. It moves you and it connects with you in such a way that, honestly, technology never will. When you have that heart-to-heart connection with someone, because your culture is part of you.
Sure.
And when you share part of your culture with somebody, it's honoring them when you do that. And you feel that. You feel the gift and you want to reciprocate. And we're not just saying that because we're on the stage here in Riyadh. It is absolutely true. Every single time, no matter where you go in the kingdom, it is the same. So it's incredible. Final words from the two of you. We literally have 10 seconds each.
3.
One word, one thing that you would love to see more of, and one thing you would love to remove in terms of technology that's supposed to personalize.
One thing I'd love to be removed is the transactional piece of technology, like to just data for data's sake. And one thing I love to see more of is the humanity and the hospitality that's been perfectly crafted and brought across here in the kingdom from a natural and an authentic standpoint. That was more than one word.
Abdullah, very quickly.
Well, actually, I always say that you have to focus on customer experience, even if you are in a different industry, because no one can solve a problem for your industry better than you. You know the obstacles better. You know the challenges and everything in your industry better. So, even if you are a CEO or just anyone in the organization working, it's a part of you that you do this and you take the responsibility and move forward things for customer satisfaction, because this is you centralize everything around the customer, which is a big success to the organization and to you. So simple way to put it, be part of the solution.
Be part of the solution.
Yes.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Oliver and Abdullah. An amazing conversation. Thank you both so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Fantastic. Absolutely love that. We have to come back to people every single time. But as we talk about personalization, it does raise a bigger question then. If experiences are becoming more intentional, as we have just seen, is the future of MICE actually hybrid? Is the next wave of growth going to come from the way that we do blend the physical and the digital? Are we extending reach, deepening engagement, and creating entirely new revenue models? Well, that's exactly what we are about to explore. So please welcome back to the stage your moderator for the next session. Hybrid is here to stay, Ollie Barrett.
Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Sally. Hello, everybody. Very good to see you in real life and to see Sally Musa in real life. Awesome, Roberto. Come and join me. Actually, do me a favor, Orson. Come one down, otherwise I'll get ticked off. As I say, a particular welcome to our guests here in Riyadh, and also joining us wherever they might be around the world, or if they're catching up, or if they're in Italy, or the UK, or Australia. And I'm welcoming you in this way because we're talking about hybrid. And we've got two industry experts on this. They need very little introduction. Many of you will recognize them both. Orson Francesconi leads FT Live. And if there is an example, or a better example, of an organization that has committed and succeeded in hybrid, I'd like to see it. So Orson, welcome.
Thank you.
We want to hear some of your tips and tricks. There's an Italian theme, actually, you'll see from our surnames here, because I'm delighted to welcome Roberto Foresti from the brilliant Fiera Milano, which is an absolute powerhouse in terms of exhibitions, in terms of trade shows, not just in Italy, I might add, Roberto, but internationally as well. So this is a real power. So we want to know. Here too, in the kingdom, with some announcements here, right?
Yeah. We will have the first trade show in 15 days. We will open
host Saudi on December 15.
Well, good luck and congratulations
you.
on that announcement. So in the spirit of trade shows, why don't we just set out your stall briefly, because we want to understand what you cover, and then let's go on the hybrid journey as well. Orson, very briefly, I mean, I've lost count at 150, but just give us a sense of what you're doing and where.
Thank you, Ollie. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone watching us from home. This is a hybrid event.
Correct.
So we qualify as a hybrid event. I run FT Live, which is the Financial Times events business, and so we run about 250 events a year all over the world. We are primarily a conference business, not a trade show business. I started my career in conferences, then I worked in trade shows, and now I'm back in conferences. And so I feel like I've worked in both models. We used to be quite distant cousins, now we're more brothers, I think.
Yes, you're certainly reunited. And just a little splash more colour in terms of the type of event, the sort of industry, just help us bring it to life.
So I would say our traditional event is a high-level CEO conference with 400 or 500 high-level delegates. And then we have a very thriving, fast-growing, what we call partner events business. So these are single-sponsor, private activations. But the vast majority of our events are hybrid events.
Yeah, got it. And I want to hear why and the trick to making them as good as they are. Roberto, tell us a little bit more about where the business is. Give us a sort of sense of it.
So we was born in 1920, so we are more than.
You were born in
years.
1920?
Not me, no, but thank you. I am in a good shape. So Fiera Milano was born in 1920. Now as a venue in Milan that has a dimension of almost 400,000 square meters, one of the biggest in Europe. And we have three souls. The first soul is the venue management. We host the most important between the most important shows in Europe. For example, Salone del Mobile hosts the most important motorcycle event in the world, something like that. The second soul is that we are a pure organizer. We organize almost 50 events all around the world, in Italy first, then in Brazil, in China, in India, in South Africa, here. And the third soul is we host Congress. And Fiera Milano is the biggest venue to host Congress in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely enormous. So we'll hear a bit more about the sort of the hybrid journey, or not, in a moment. But Orson, tell us about your journey. I don't want to anchor it at any point, but my mind is going back to the pandemic, to lockdown, which almost certainly forced a change.
Correct. So we need to remind ourselves that the only reason we have hybrid events today is because of the disruption we had through COVID. And obviously COVID was a very difficult and sad time for everyone, but I love disruption. And I think that for our industry, it was actually a good thing. You know, I'd rather we got to it a different way, but we got to it nonetheless. And so we will remember that COVID forced us into the world of digital events. And content-rich players like the Financial Times were unbelievably well placed to do that. And our friends and brothers in trade show business found it a lot harder. But you can imagine a conference business that builds its events on content, translated extremely well into the digital world. And then post-COVID, as physical events came back, and we were all happy that physical events came back, the hybrid component remained. And the reason it remained is because it gives us huge audiences that we didn't have before. And so our traditional conference with 400 or 500 in-person delegates has now become a conference with 400 or 500 people in person and 2,000 people watching from home.
Yeah, except this is exactly what's happened in your case, but for a huge number of your competitors, they have jettisoned those booster rockets, the hybrid bits, because they had that chat, presumably with the board, and they said, you lose.
So
hybrid goes.
I remember as physical events came back, my team came in to see me. They all strong-armed me, and they said, can we now please drop this hybrid thing? Because of course it comes with lots of effort and costs, and technology costs, and time, and our slight reduction in margin, if you look at a pure P&L point of view. But of course, I was very firm in saying no, and so we have maintained all our events in hybrid format because, of course, they provide huge amounts of value to our sponsors. And so we work in the business, and an old boss of mine used to say, we sell handshakes, right? Trade shows, conferences, we're in the selling handshake business. And you know that sponsors want leads and exhibitors want leads.
Well, that's what I want to know. So let's stay on that thought of the handshake. Roberto, are we going wild in the hybrid aisles?
No.
No, well, that's a blunt. So tell us what isn't happening and why. Because if we unleash our imagination, we can imagine all of these things. But tell us the reality.
The reality is that the people wants to meet each other first. The second is that they want to touch the product. You think of food, textile, all the things. The reason of the trade show is put the people in contact in front of the product. And what is changing? That at the beginning, since also before the COVID, you create the event, the date, the people come and meet. Now, the difference is that you have to put more content respect to what happened before. More content means that you have to enable the company to show their product, not only during the event, but also during the years.
So what's your view then? Because what you're saying is actually, because the exhibitors want to meet their customers, they want to have those conversations. Back to Orsten's point about the handshake, that hasn't gone as hybrid. The content still matters to drive the audience in. What's your take on whether or not that content needs to be hybrid?
The contents don't need to be hybrid. It's different. You have to put the content on the platform that is journey mate for the show. So on that platform, you have to put the video of your company, the interview or the boss, the data of the markets, and this means content. We open on a platform that help the shop to understand which will be the new way for the retails, in which way they have to show their product in the shops.
Yes.
This means.
So Orsten, enter the hard-nosed CFO. He said, I've just been listening to Roberto. I've been to a lot of events myself.
Yeah.
And you need to convince me. The production quality has to be high.
Yeah.
The costs are rising.
Yeah.
We're going to keep it face-to-face only.
Yeah.
Unless you can show me exact numbers why I'm wrong, you're out.
Sure. Well, our sponsors demand more and more high-quality leads. This is true in trade shows, but it's true in conferences. And I can run an event called the Future of Banking at the FT, and we have 500 in-person delegates, but we'll have 2,000 people watching from home. Those 2,000 people watching from home live will have registered on our system and will have permissioned to receive communications from our sponsors. So I'm handing my sponsor what used to be pre-COVID 500 leads. I'm now handing 1,500 leads. Yeah. And our sponsors love it, and you can see why. So it's great ROI for our sponsors. For a brand like the FT, it's great because we're bringing in 1,500 pieces of data that can become future in-person delegates or future subscribers to the Financial Times. And so essentially we're bringing in some very hot data into the organization.
But just let's feed our imagination a bit on this, Orsten, because I don't want to be as narrow as to think, and we don't think, that hybrid just means streaming your events, just catching up. Just help us understand the potential breadth, either today or your sense of what's coming.
I think we're relatively settled on the model. And so the model is I think we all agree that in-person meetings are of higher value, and that's why we charge people a higher ticket price to attend in person than they do to attend online. But we also know that we can plant the FT's flag and the sponsor's flag in every corner of the world by having the hybrid option, right?
Okay, well, let me give you an example. Yeah. We love the ability to network, to connect, to matchmake, to deal make here in person.
Yeah.
To what extent are you extending that functionality to your online guests?
So our online guests still have access to our delegate list, and so they are able to connect with our delegates. But of course, it acts also as a huge marketing magnet. Yeah. So some people who watched the event online this year might be tempted to come in person next year.
So your lead generator.
And so it's got 3 or 4 kind of positive externalities for us.
Because what I'm intrigued by on this, Roberto, is, you're relying on cracking content. You're saying it doesn't have to be hybrid, but it's driving attention to your show. How else are you using technology, maybe in ways that you weren't a couple of years ago, to really strengthen the business?
So the first thing is that you need a different technology. I'm thinking to AI. So we use AI now to select the right attendees. So this is, we change also the way in which we are organized inside the company. So we are 700 people in the company. Now 50, 60 persons are dedicated to digital activities. Inside digital activities, there are all the activities running around the DI, from the selection of the database, data mining, processes, and also was telling about the extension of the conferences. We are thinking about the extensions of the shows. Means that the people attending the shows has to be in contact 365 days per year. And you can do this only if you enable a digital platform to do that. But digital platform doesn't mean that you will have a new revenue stream coming from that, but you will increase the price of the traditional fare thanks to the digital activity. That is a different philosophy.
Because you've only got so many spots on the day, so you can extend this as well.
But I think COVID was also good for the trade show industry. Let's be honest, trade show industry is a very analog business, or certainly before COVID was an analog business. People who worked in trade shows think real estate, they think physical infrastructure, they think selling square meters. And the reality is that for too long, you did not innovate, or we did not innovate. And so the COVID shock, it sounds like finally is beginning to give a bit of a shock to our brothers and cousins in the trade show industry. I think you can go further and faster.
Well, I think you should push on that, Orson, because yesterday we had His Royal Highness, President of the Saudi Esports Federation. Let's blend some of these ingredients, look into the future of each other's businesses. What do you see? I mean, almost on the horizon. I'm not talking in 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's beginning to happen. The famous, can I buy an exhibition stand online and check out with my credit card? I think we've been talking about this for years and years and years. I think it's finally happening. It feels like it's still slow and clunky, and I would like to see that happening a lot faster.
Quick pause.
Yeah.
Technology driving the sales function?
Of course.
Already,
yes. For example, we are selling a lot of things through e-commerce. Never happened before COVID.
Yeah.
But you're selling the add-ons, right? You're not selling the actual main product.
Yeah.
I think we need to get to a point in time where instead of having a bank of 20 salespeople on the phone, we have a digital marketing function and we have an e-commerce platform where essentially you can reach everywhere in the world that can buy an exhibition stand without having to speak to anyone. And I don't think we're that far away from it.
No. But presumably, though, also...
Imagine the business, the much bigger amount of business you can get, right? Yeah. There are only so many phone calls a day your sales team can make.
And look, I keep introducing the hard-nosed CFO, but actually, if you think about your potential to open up the secrets of hidden industries, to increase access, dare I say, to educate. It is enormous. And I just wonder to what extent that's a case you can make.
Yeah, listen, I think it's just the more we see it as a complication or a cost from a CFO point of view, and not as an opportunity, I think the more we're going to be held back.
Right.
And so that my attitude is, I mean, digital first sounds kind of trendy, or was trendy. It's not so trendy anymore.
But at the end, I will say one thing for this industry. This is a real disruption time, because the old trade show, as we intended, dimension won't grow anymore in a traditional way.
Yes.
Will grow only through the addition of contents. On the other thing that we talk. Forget the show as we did it till 3 years or 4 years ago.
So the thing is, if you too have been making mistakes, you haven't talked about them yet, when people get hybrid wrong, why do they get it wrong? What goes wrong?
I mean, other than, listen, when we were experimenting with hybrid in 2020, and do you remember that, was it July 2020 when the whole internet in the world went down because everyone was on broadband? And so we had live events and our systems were falling apart. I mean, that was 5 years ago, but now that just can't happen anymore, right? And so other than bad production values, I don't think there's a lot going wrong. I think there's a lot going wrong in not doing hybrid events, frankly. I mean,
So hang on. What if a producer says, look, I could probably do hybrid, but it's going to have to be very, very, it's on a shoestring, really, Orson?
Listen, costs of technology are coming way down, right? And so this digital backdrop 10 years ago probably would have been unaffordable even for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, certainly for somebody like us.
Okay.
Now everyone has digital backdrops at their conferences, right? And so the technology costs are coming way down. Right?
You know that we will have the Olympic Games inside our venue. And the heritage of the Olympic Games will be that we will have, after the Olympic Games, a venue that will be completely updated with investment of more than 50 million euros, only in technology.
Yeah, it's an enormous upgrade, isn't it? And so in terms of the state of the art on this, just give us a sense, because ultimately this is driven by the people that are obviously coming through your doors, but also who are taking stands, who are supporting your events. Give us a sense of what they're demanding more than ever. Requests that they're making that they might not even have thought of a year or so ago. Just I want to go to the edge of it, Orson.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing new, but we're getting more and more requests for higher and higher quality leads. And so this, you know, ultimately we all work in marketing and sales services. This is what we do, right? We're a conduit for people to sell their product, whether it's through a trade show or a conference.
And it rather makes the point. Carry on.
Sorry, and CMOs are becoming more and more demanding about quality leads.
Yeah. It makes the point, Roberto, why the top of the funnel, that making sure through AI, through targeting of who's there in the first place, is more important than ever.
The people travel less. When come to the trade shows, they want to meet the right people. If not, the show after, they won't come anymore.
Correct. Very ruthless.
And
in a good way.
Not that we're looking for any reassurance as co-MCs, but the importance of content.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, our business is built on content, and we now know that trade show business 20 years ago didn't have any content in it. Now it can't exist without content, right? And
Exactly.
So final question. Give each other a piece of advice or encouragement as you continue your work into next week. Orson, what do you say to
I
Roberto?
would say to Roberto to move faster and quicker on technology.
The second thing is be courageous and hire young people.
Yes.
This is always good advice.
Because we are old.
Correct.
Yeah. Good words to the youthful Orson there. Yes. But it's a brilliant advice, especially in an incredibly youthful kingdom. I'm so grateful to both of you for your time. Roberto, Orson, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Awesome superstar. Thank you. Well, thank you to Orson and to Roberto for a fascinating session. Thank you if you're just catching up or tuning in on that as well. We've got another couple of conversations and showcases, if you will, during the rest of our IMS Summit. And if you haven't already, speaking of legacy, do make sure you're on our app. All of the speakers, all of the delegates helping you navigate, not just today, but after the event as well. So we're going to have a couple of our final conversations as we ease in to the final chapters of our summit. Somebody who's been very busy creating and delivering our innovation clusters is our next host. Our subject is writing RFPs powered by AI and optimizing staffing powered by AI. So, as the title says, what's not to love? With his panel, please welcome back the brilliant Georgi Kamov.
Thank you very much. Another interesting session on the very, very hot topic of AI, and with a provocative title nonetheless. Very glad to have here with me Greg Hitchen, CEO of Terrapin, one of the world's largest privately owned events companies, building global exhibition brands for 35 years now, so pleasure to have you here. Vishal Joshi, co-founder and CEO of Joy, a platform that helps millions of people annually plan everything from weddings to corporate events, and a co-founding member of the Microsoft Azure's founding team. So thanks for being here as well. Lizzie Evans, Chief Product Officer of Grip, whose AI business relationship and engagement engine powers major events and delivers tens of millions of personal recommendations each year, I guess. So AI in action. And Mr. Ali Al-Anazi, glad to have you here, CEO of Summit Events Management, bringing over 12 years of experience shaping Saudi Arabia's event licensing landscape through his work. Really, really glad to have you here. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the title is a bit of a provocation. We might talk about RFPs and optimizing staffing. Maybe sounds like a dream, maybe a nightmare, depends on who you ask. But what I'm interested in, where does AI actually deliver value in events right now? And where it still falls short and we need work to get done. So I would like to start with Greg. You've said that AI is the key to unlocking many different things. But let's be more specific. Where are you actually deploying AI today? And what's the return of investment that you're seeing?
Okay, salam alaikum, everyone. First, I'd just like to start with a couple of contextual points. I don't know whether we all realize this, but we are probably living through the most exciting decade in the history of humanity. Probably within a decade, we will achieve artificial general intelligence, which is something that I can hardly get my head around. It's almost a sci-fi thing, and that almost everything we say will be redundant, I suppose, in a matter of days, hours, weeks. That's an important thing. The second thing is, and as many of us know, the global media industry is getting absolutely destroyed by AI. Not disrupted, destroyed. For all media except for events. Events are actually extremely resilient. So getting on to what Terrapin does, we deploy AI for the usual cost and revenue efficacy, making our sales better, making our processes better. But to me, the most important thing that could be achieved is if ultimately we can find a way to capture all the metadata and find a way of matching buyers with sellers. This is a silver bullet. And if we can do that, we have an incredible business, and it's possible we can go into other media businesses. How we deploy AI at the moment, we use things like everyone has got Gemini, and we use that in all processes, and people are developing their own gems. And then we use other enterprise-wide platforms like Gong, which is an incredible sales tool, AI-driven. We use, what's the other one? Clay. We're utilizing Clay, which is a go-to-market system, and we think that will revolutionize our marketing. And then we use all sorts of agentic AI as other people do. And just one quick example. I know I've been taking up a lot of your time, but you know we utilize a lot of data for our marketing purposes. At one point, we were paying up to $1.30 per record. Using AI tools, this has gone down to 0.03. In other words, 3 cents a data point. That is significant, and in fact, we are now spending on marketing X minus 2 or X minus 3% of revenue. That is significant, and that I just show that is a huge return a huge ROI on the deployment of AI.
Yeah, and this whole roster of solutions working together in sync, I think you really outlined a great perspective of how, in a combination of significant things happening inside the company, you're deploying AI. And I would like to go to Vishal to actually give us the perspective of a platform that is actually started with one of the most emotionally significant events in people's lives and then moved into corporate. So this interplay between technical, kind of logistical complexity and emotional significance. In parallel to what Greg was saying, like this multitude of use cases, how do you actually balance this kind of emotional aspect to the logistical machine behind it?
It's a very interesting thing. So thank you for having me over here. The context is that like we are building an AI event planner at Joy, which conceptually as well as like physically will start just with a single prompt and will be able to plan an entire event or a conference of the size of this, perhaps even bigger. And what we've tried to do is to create different roles inside that planner, different roles. The head planner obviously is a very logical person, but then there are like these roles who is a creative director or someone who is accounting and finance. And we've tried to make all of these work in concert with each other to be able to produce an entire event which would hopefully, like sometimes might take months to plan in possibly minutes. But despite of all of these things which it can do, it cannot replace the way humans feel about things. Like it can suggest to you that you basically need to have, say, an amazing Saudi coffee ceremony when you walk into the show, but it will not be able to do that, and that will require humans to do that. So in general, what I think is that like AI is going to be able to produce RFPs or itineraries or schedules in lightning speed, but we will require humans who can actually like take this thing which AI proposes and kind of like humans have to dispose it. We need like a really good human disposers who can then add an emotional layer over what it is producing constantly. But I do expect that all of us over here will be using these type of tools very quickly. And it just is going to become much, much more efficient. What has happened with us writing emails and stuff is going to happen to us planning events.
Yeah, so getting into kind of mixing and blending the roles that we're used to have as humans, actually performed by an AI and kind of blending this relationship. Would be interesting if we have time to come back to this, because I wanted to ask whether there is a role that we cannot even imagine that we might include in the more traditional human roles. But before that, I want to go to Lizzie, and because you also have this business kind of matchmaking, in your case, approach. Yep. And I'm sure that the architecture and the infrastructure behind it is amazing. But when it comes to outcomes, what do you see that creates real value for your clients?
Yeah, so we need to prove that having an application that is fundamentally based on AI technology. We have proprietary AI technology, maybe 16 different algorithms that we use, we train, we expand, we review regularly to match people. So coming to an event like this, we consume all the data, all the content factors about the individuals, understand the supply and demand metrics, and ensure that the right people meet. So the right suppliers meet the right buyers, and we can construct and facilitate a curated experience through curated meeting formats and recommend different opportunities to organizers. At the end of the event, we can also analyze the network, the people that attended, and really identify gaps or opportunities, and at the exhibitor level as well, indicate opportunities, the success of the opportunity that they had at the event, but also opportunities lost, missed out on, because they didn't happen to talk to someone that might have been just around the corner, and they could have been potentially very or highly interested in what they had to offer.
That's great.
Yeah.
Sorry for chiming in, but that's great that you're also thinking about the missed opportunities. I really like that, because it kind of maps the human experience, maybe from a very big picture viewpoint, but down to actually two people interacting somewhere, somehow during the event. And even seeing what have we missed, not only what we have achieved, but what could have been done better.
Yeah, exactly. Your event is down to the quality of the people you manage to get in the room or the event space. So understanding the quality that you can get from these individuals and the interactions that they can have that can mean long-standing business relationships and consequent kind of commercial knowledge, whatever value is required, is huge. So our data is our key leverage and the thing that makes us kind of strong and kind of keep, make things
and
sticky.
using that data for these outcomes.
Yeah.
In the end. Ali, I think it will be, now is a great time to kind of bridge this from global to the Saudi perspective, because the kingdom scales its ambitions towards 2030. Where do you see AI helping? Where do human judgment and local expertise still reign supreme? So what is the interplay of AI and of the local capabilities that you need?
Thank you very much. And حياكم الله. I would like to welcome the people coming to Saudi in this great gathering. And this is one of the, part of this will answer your question, because gathering all these people, different expertise together, this will enrich the local content, especially when it comes to AI. I know it's obvious, but I want to address the concept of AI. AI is what is the machine could do intelligence which was done only by human. That's the basic, where is AI different from other applications. So AI could learn, AI could do judgment, AI could analyze different and complicated data. We in Saudi now become a hub for events and summits on the region, and we will utilize expertise and applications of AI. An example, today we signed with Joy an agreement to utilize their planning AI tools on the event management. So to answer your question, yes, in Saudi we're considering utilizing AI in event management. We are looking to different options. As a local government company, we are utilizing AI in planning, on image processing, on data analyzing, and different kind of AI applications.
Thanks for sharing that. It was great to hear what is working and from all of your perspectives. But what I want to shift to something else. What's the biggest, and feel free to contribute, all of you, what's the biggest risk AI has in the industry that isn't talked about enough? So something that you see as still risky in application, in everyday usage, or maybe something bigger that is not discussed, that we should discuss?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I think authenticity is really important.
Authenticity.
Already, we see it. We're served with a lot of AI slop. Now, in events, to be successful, need to be authentic. They need to have this human interaction. Sometimes when I talk about this, I refer to this American band called the Velvet Sundowns. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of them, but they emulate 1970s American country rock, like Neil Young or America. Anyway, you listen to it, and the stylization is perfect. The style is perfect. The songs are great. The lyrics are great. The performance is great. Everything about it is immaculate. However, it's totally AI, and
I was waiting for that plot twist that it's actually an AI band.
And it lacks authenticity. it lacks soul. And in the events have to have soul. You know, this event has a good soul. People come here and they expect a certain interaction. And authenticity to me is one very, very big important point.
Do you see it as well, authenticity, or there is something else?
One of the things, AI is assistant. It doesn't have the soul. For example, AI doesn't understand the culture, doesn't has the feeling, but still it's a good tool or assistant to help you to do other things. For example, in incident management, crisis management, sometimes you need a human to act because they can feel, they can have the human touches. But it's the good thing to have a merge between AI and human together.
Before jumping to you, Vishal, a point on that, there's so much human knowledge that AI will probably never codify. I can ask you for hours on the processes and the things that you're working on, and maybe you've given interviews, maybe you share them with the wider world, but one of the most important things are still in your heads. Maybe you haven't written them anywhere. And also cultural knowledge, the way we interact with each other. This is truly a challenge, I think, for AI to codify. But Vishal, please jump in.
The thing is that in event industry, as you can imagine, that typically exceptions become the norm, and like how you perform during exceptions is an extremely important thing, right? Like for instance, a minister is running late, or a special speaker is added. These all things happen almost always.
No.
No. But the point is that like AI is trained on general stuff. What is the common language, common knowledge? That's what it's learning from. So exceptions is where we play a really significant role. And I think that it will always be a situation where it will not stand up because it has not understood that exception, or as you were pointing out, that exception is handled in your head and it was never written down.
Yeah.
So that is always the situation. And the other parallel thing which I imagine will happen in the event industry is what we are seeing in the tech industry. So in the tech industry, we've been fair in trying to use AI to first take our own jobs in a way, right? Like we basically like coding using AI pretty frequently. But when we are coding using AI, it acts like an exceptionally intelligent junior developer or an intern, right? Who will work very hard, will work very fast, but unless and until it is not managed properly, it's going to do crazy stuff.
Yeah, so member of the team, but a member of a team
Yes, and somebody has to, you really need to have like people who will be able to be a good AI handler. And we all here are going to become really good AI handlers, and that's what is going to be the difference. And that we don't talk about it, but it is going to come, that it is not going to be able to do that exceptional stuff.
Greg, before we come to you, please, let's hear from Lizzie.
You will always need human judgment. So it can provide you with ample information, it can make the sourcing of information more readily available, but you will always need to apply human judgment to make the right decisions. And also, you can't undervalue the great value that serendipity can bring in the nature of events. The fact that you might bump into someone, suddenly start talking to someone, and another person joins the conversation, and suddenly that's the person you might have the business deal with. So it doesn't allow for that. But it can definitely be a great facilitator, definitely carve out the time you spend doing your research. It's a great synthesizer of lots of data, but ultimately human decision making needs to be done because it's also not right all the time. You still need to correct it from time to time. How many conversations have you had with OpenAI, Gemini, where you're like, that information actually isn't correct. Yeah. I need to correct you on that, try again. And then it learns and it tries again and it provides the right information. Yeah.
Like a constantly learning process. Greg, you wanted to add something to the...
It's just the people thing. You know, we think that AI won't replace the people. It will free them from the drudge to enable them to deliver better experiences, develop better customer value. And just to say, I've been really impressed by the young people here in Saudi and their knowledge, their intellect, their vibrance, and their ability to take on board this stuff, and which of course allows people to leapfrog generations, really get to the head of the queue.
And a generation in sync with the times we live in, which is really, really crucial.
Inshallah.
As a concluding question, I would like to ask you, and maybe it also bridges to the human aspect, what is one role that AI will never replace in events?
Team spirit.
Team spirit. Great. Thanks for sharing this.
It won't build relationships. That's human to human.
That's human to human.
Fundamentally won't
Even
happen
if
that
we
way.
have a matchmaker who's not human, still human to human.
Yeah.
I fundamentally think that like it just, everything which is being done on a computer, about 80% of that work can be done using AI, but at the same time, that 20% is never going to be done. And that's probably the 20% of all of us which makes it human, and that will never get replaced.
Also going back to the exceptional situations, maybe these 20% have a lot more weight sometimes than the other 80%. Thanks for sharing. Greg?
Well, even in my own use of AI, I think it's really good for doing research, but not really very good at coming up with concepts. And recently I've come to quoting Sir John Hegarty, who is an English advertising guru, and he says something like this: "The future belongs not to the most automated, but to those with the greatest imagination." And that is, I believe that to be true.
Yeah, so we went from RFPs to imagination, which was a nice arc that we covered on the topic. Greg, Vishal, Lizzie, Ali, thanks so much for bringing all of your perspectives, very colorful ones, to the conversation. Thanks a lot. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Josh.
And thank you for listening and watching. Thank you.
Shukran.
Thank you.
Thank you, Georgi, and your fantastic panel for that fascinating look at how AI is reshaping the backbone of event planning. And now we're going to be diving straight into one of the most important questions in our industry today. Because we're all in a world, I'm here on my device as well, you're all on your devices. We're living in apps, we're living in feeds, we are living in never-ending scrolling. So we need to get really honest about something. Is technology actually enhancing the event experience, or have we reached the point where it is simply adding noise? And so today's final conversation is almost one of the last conversations we're going to be having today, is not about gadgets or hype, but it is about human reasons that people still choose to walk into a room. We still need connection, energy, and community. And whether the tools that we are using and adopting, are they actually helping or pulling us away from what we value most? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your speakers to the stage. Joining me are two leaders who sit at the intersection of technology and live experience, and who've watched this industry evolve across continents, markets, and moments of disruption. First, we have Wilber Heymans, the advisor at InfoSalons Middle East, a tech-driven thinker who's been shaping smarter, more human-centered platforms for over 2 decades. And Vasil Gigalo, the Managing Director at RX Global for Middle East and Emerging Markets, somebody who is behind some of the world's biggest and most influential events, from energy to travel to business innovation. Welcome to you both. So good to have you. Now, let's start first, Wilbert, where the tension is. Because we've reached a point where everything is being called innovation. Everything is innovative. But how do we tell the difference between technology that really enhances connection and technology that is just digital clutter?
Yeah, so thank you, and salam alaikum. It's great to be here, and thank you also for sticking around. Shukran. Great question, because innovation for innovation's sake is not cutting it, it's waste. And you hear it. I spoke to a marketing director of one of the leading firms in the region who said, our new app is AI powered. So it ticks the AI box. Moi, I think you need, it's two ways. You need to look at user level. Does this technology, does this innovation take away friction? If yes, okay, let's look at it further. Does it enhance the experience? Does this make us create better connections, deeper connections, maybe faster connections? And maybe also look at it the other way. If we do not have this innovation, will it be missed? And then you can really look at
90% of the time, the answer is no.
Yeah. So then is this then really an innovation? I think you also need to look at organizers' level. Does this technology add to our mission statement, to the why we are doing what we are doing? And I think that's maybe a different panel we can do next year. But is the mission to just put people in a box and then say masalama? Many shows worldwide, and I said it at the UFI event before, Naji was moderating. If you walk out the room, you often see, thank you for visiting, see you next year. Is that then a business model we use to connect people? I'm not so sure. I think we should say we connect people in meaningful ways. And those meaningful ways, that's where you can judge the technology on and the innovation. And based on the 3 levels I said before, does it remove friction, does it enhance experience, and is it missed or not?
Sometimes it's to the point where I just don't want another app that is going to take up space on my phone. I'm done with apps. If you want to come up with an app, make sure it does something that I'm excited about, that I absolutely need.
Correct.
And I feel like most of them don't do that. Vasil, I want to ask you about this because you've had decades of experience, global experience as well. What are some of the innovations that you have seen that truly move the needle on this?
So thank you very much for having me, and salam alaikum, everyone. So the technology, what was interesting actually, the solution wasn't new, but it wasn't adapted very well. And if you remember, during pandemic, everybody switched to QR codes because it was sort of preventing touching and everything. And QR codes become a day-to-day life experience. So it was very, very high adaptation. That allowed us, at least in RX, to build some technology based on these QR codes, and the adoption by our customers was very, very fast. So we have a solution called Collect, and it effectively turns every single phone into this scanning device. So you can scan content, or you can scan someone's badge, and you get instant connection and reports and everything. So that's definitely changed some of the solutions we're using currently. But I think the rest of them, they just enhanced. They enhanced customer experience more, probably not really kind of change the dial.
But, it's really interesting. What are some real examples that you've seen that are something that has amplified the human experience? Because we talk a lot about, okay, there's innovation, whatever. What about something that has really enhanced that human connection?
I think the human connection, thinking of technology, I don't think it's that much of technology which really enhance human connection. I think some of the human connections are low-tech solutions, or they are not necessarily tech solutions. I think the technology helps us to connect, but if we're talking about the human connection, it's about the human connection. I think I could give you an example. One of the best. One of the experiences I remember, we have an event called IBTM in Barcelona, and we had an evening reception in the museum, Modern Art Museum, Baco Museum, And each room had different arts, and then the organizers, us, we put the fusion food in every room, and people were going from room to room to room. And that's really enhanced human connection because it was so much to connect about. You either can talk about food, because it's very easy for everyone to talk about it, or you can talk about art if you prefer art, or you can just talk about anything, about Barcelona being there. And that was, I walk out of this reception probably meeting 10, 15 more people, which I normally would if we would be just in a square room, just talking to each other. So I don't think enhancing human connections is necessarily about technology. I think it's low-tech solutions.
It is deeper than that, for sure. For you, Wilbert, when we look at AI, personalization, and behavioral insights, I'd love for you to weigh in on that and how we use data to really enhance that, to enhance the human experience as well.
Yeah, if you look at AI, I did my first AI course with MIT in 2018, so it was a bit early. The basic definition is that humans and machine work together to elevate the outcome. So it's not just machines, it's humans and machine. And I think OpenAI stepped up the game big time when it comes to machines. So I think now it's time for us humans to step up the game further and create even better outcomes. So it's still working together, still human-centric, especially in the industry that we do. I think AI, when it comes to that personalization, has the power, and maybe it's called even the holy grail of marketing communication, to get to one-to-one communication. Because we can understand people better and we can communicate much faster. We as an industry do still way too much one-to-many communication. We are telling our audience, come to my show, the biggest show in my region on this field, in food, technology, and so on and so on. We are master spammers. And we should stop that. And AI can really help there. And maybe back is also because AI can help us understand the audience better, help us ask better questions, and have better registrations, and also then classify much better. Because, and I'm maybe a little bit of a geek, but maybe that's why I'm sitting here. I call somebody who registers for an event an intendee. That person has the intention to come to the show.
An
Nothing more than
intendee,
that.
not an attendee, an intendee. Right.
And when that person comes to the show, then only it's an attendee.
Okay.
If they don't come to the show, they were just pretendees. So we need to understand people better. Where are they at from their intention level? We can ask these questions. We should ask follow-up questions. We should track their behavior.
And it's like, you know, also, if you're an intendee, why didn't you become an attendee? Like, what are the friction points that have stopped you from coming to the event?
We should do much more research on
Right.
that. But also tracker. If somebody goes 10 times to the website and looks at exhibitor profile, let's say on a food show to red meat, that person connects on the matchmaking app with red meat suppliers all the time. That person will come to the show. But the AI can already see that. I don't need to track that. The AI can track that. And you can have scores. And this person is green. This person is red, will not come, because never engaged. So where do you put your marketing dollars is on the orange. And the people that are still yes or no coming. Those are the people that you need to call. Those are the people that you tell about keynote sessions in their field, not the best speaker in the world. So that AI can make us understand much better. And therefore, from that understanding, we can create much better communications. And back to that holy grail, I would say AI on one-to-one. But that's before the show. During the show, we could connect our health devices. Maybe I allow it to connect to my Whoop, and maybe it can have some gamification. Hey, Wilbert, you did 9,500 steps. Bring it on more. And maybe it would know how many people I attended and say, hey, maybe it's time for a break. Or, hey, have you seen this keynote speaker because that's of your interest? So that AI can help us. Also would know a lot. There might be some boundaries there, but that AI can help us on that one-to-one communication and engage people. Because if then I'm more engaged and I go for my 10,000 steps, maybe I stay 50% longer or maybe double the time. That means it looks as double as busy on your show.
You're talking about an ideal situation where technology is super intuitive, really knows what you want, what you love. But Vasyl, how good is technology really at doing that? You know, we're talking about an ideal situation, but where are we really? Is it really that good at knowing who we are? Do we still need us to figure out who we are? And are we going to lose that connection, you know, the bits that we want to discover without having a machine tell us, oh, this would be good for you to do, and you discover it by accident on your own?
So I think if technology is not helping human connection, it shouldn't be there in the first place. And to give you several examples, when we travel on the plane, we don't go on the plane to watch a movie or use the app or anything. Actually, the main purpose, we just want to get from A to B. So these things make more comfortable, it makes it easier. That's a good technology. But I never seen anyone who sort of like, I want to get on a plane because I'm sort of want to watch, because the screen is so good or something. The same goes with live events. We don't go to football match live events. Actually, you probably could enjoy on the screen much better with all the repeats and close-ups and everything in terms of the visual side. But you go there for human experience. So I think technology, whatever technology we bring into the fold with our B2B sector, it needs to facilitate that human connection. I think it needs to help us to connect. And as long as it gets on the way, and the one thing is apps, for example, completely should be banned in my personal point of view. And it's actually not just an opinion. At RX, we run obviously global shows all across the world, and we have data. And I sit down with our CTO before that and sort of say, so can I ask you questions? And the reality is, on average, it's about 3 to 5% download rate of apps, mobile apps for events. At least it's in our business, and we run 500 events worldwide. So why are we still doing it? I mean, we're spending half a day sort of please download, and then it's internet doesn't work. And then we sort of all of a sudden we rely, people sort of saying you have to use. So if the technology is a blocker or it's not facilitating that human connection, it shouldn't be there.
But the technology should give us insights. Don't you think we are too much gut-driven decision makers?
I agree with you, absolutely. And I think, and here's an interesting question about the quality of data and the quality of the outcome, because we're talking about AI. We all know AI hallucinates, right? So we need to make sure that the outcome, whatever comes out of it, is actually really good to start with. And I'm not sure we're there yet. I think we still have quite a way to go. I think, at least in our organization, we're trying to build a data lake where we get data from all of our events all around the world, so then we can see all the patterns and extract more value from it. Yeah, but I agree with you in principle. I don't think we're there yet. I think
we're far behind.
Yeah.
Because if you would ask a show director, what do you think of the show? And you would ask a Formula One team director, what do you think of the race? You would get probably an answer. It's great. I hear the bus, people are happy. They are at the coffee shop, good food, great show. And rebookings seem to be going well. If you would ask a Formula One director, what's going on with your race? He would say, I've got 2 drivers, one on P5, one on P17. We're in lap 21. The tire degradation is more than expected. So our first pit stop is probably going to be 2 laps later. Maybe we can, earlier actually, because more degradation. But maybe that makes us a 2-stopper. Yeah. And there's a 30% chance of a safety car situation. So therefore, I think the data shows us we could move up 2 spots or lose 2 spots. That's data-driven decision-making. We are just thinking, well, it's looking good.
Look, I would like to think in RX we probably step ahead of that was a good show, actually.
Then again, you say that, you know, but as the audience, as an F1, somebody who's a fan and who loves it, I want those insights. I want to know what's going on with my driver. Yeah. I want to know what's going on with his tires. Why is he in P7? What on earth is going on?
A Formula One car has thousands of sensors, of data points collections.
Absolutely.
4 terabytes of data for one race, for one race weekend, per car.
And this is where we love technology. Yeah. It's essential. Yeah. We can't win the race without it. But, you know, Wilbert, interestingly, people kind of go, I'm somebody who had a lot of wearables, but I've stopped wearing them because I don't like the idea of being tracked all the time. Privacy is a concern. It's becoming a concern for people. So how do you square that? How do you square privacy concerns with the technology that is going to enhance everything else?
If it would tell me it's time that you go to the toilet, I would feel like, sure. then I think the wearables would tell me too much.
Yeah.
But it helps in the beginning. With this Whoop, I felt a bit anxious, like knows too much, and I'm checking it. Why is it not getting better? But you get used to it. It's a data point, gives you insights. I think it's good. Helps you in making data-driven decisions. But there's a line. If it tells me you go to the toilet, I think stop. So, but there are settings.
And so as we come to the end of the session, I'd love to ask the two of you, what are you most excited about in terms of technology and how it's going to enhance events and how it is going to enhance the organizer's experience, the attendees' experience? What are you most each excited about?
So I will start, maybe not necessarily the technology around connection, but even looking at this event, I think technology completely transformed our experience. I think we will see more and more new experience coming in. And we could see from our customers, as particularly younger customers coming in, it's not about just value. It is about value, meeting the right people, getting the right connections. But it's also that they could come back and they talk to their friends instead of saying, oh, I've seen something really, really special. I'll tell you a quick story. I talked to someone who was in his maybe 60s, 70s. And he'd been a very long time with oil industry, and he was a researcher, so he attended hundreds, if not thousands, conferences in his life. And I said, Leo, you attended hundreds of thousands of conferences. Which one is the most rememberable? Which one you still remember? And he said, it was in 1988, it was big floods, and we had to put the sandbags to stop water coming into the conference room. So he remembered experience. He didn't remember all the technology. He didn't remember sort of things. So I think the tech coming into in experience would be very important. And I think to your point, the tech would help us to amplify and do better connections. It's quite exciting as well.
Wilbur?
I think it will help us leading to the event. I think we all agree that in-person is the climax. This is the 3-4 days of joy.
Yeah.
But how to get there and curate connections. So, and maybe if we look further, maybe it's my agent, my AI agent. Maybe it's my hologram that goes to meet people first and afterwards. So I think we can connect people longer. I don't believe in 365 days. I think it's too much. That's too much of a stretch. But we can connect people longer with more technology. Plus, I think when we do that with holograms, agents, we can also reach out more to the next generations. Because that's a concern. I think there we need more technology to get to that, to the next generation, to keep on and going to that joy for those in-person experiences.
Yeah, we're going to be going to those agentic experiences to really tailor what it is that we want and to give us even more of that joy. This is what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Well, amazing. I'm looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking both Vasyl and Wilbur. It's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's wonderful to have you both. Thank you. I think it's very clear that technology isn't the hero of the events industry, but of course people are. But of course, we want tech to be amplifying the energy, the learning, the human spark, and not to drown it out. That is going to be one of the most important things, and I think that is a theme that has been repeated throughout the sessions today. And as we move into that AI-driven future, the real competitive advantage is going to belong to those who understand this truth, that the power of live events has always been human. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with our final session, we will be talking the power of influence. And so now, please join me in welcoming to the stage your moderator, Hani El Okailim, the marketing director at Skega, and his special guest.
وكفى والصلاة على المصطفى. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Before we start our influencer session, I want to have a sit down with Mr. Tariq al-Sheikh. Mr. Tariq oversees the academic and training programs at SPA News Academy, leading curriculum development and capacity building initiatives that supports SPA's media transformation. He contributes to the agency's wider strategic modernization efforts and previously managed international media operations for major events including the G20 Summit. He brings 20 years of experience across journalism, broadcasting, in print, television, and in radio. Please welcome Mr. Tariq.
Thanks.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So to start off, from your perspective, what is the most effective way for media, and specifically the SPA Academy, to integrate more deeply into the MICE and events ecosystem to accelerate sector growth?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yeah, first of all, I just like to go away from marketing the SPA Academy. Just let's talk about the business itself. So back to your major question. Starting and planning, and if you like to think about any major event, you can really see if this event have the media in the DNA or not. Bringing the media and to the event in the planning step will make the narrative different, will make the media personnel and the people whom working for that news outlet, etc., work for you. I can give you an example of, let's say FII.
Okay.
FII is one of the great success stories. They really have taken the responsibility of having the media in the DNA of the FII.
So the advice here is make sure media is on board in day one when you start drawing your plan for the event.
Exactly. And that really will make that event ready for any crisis, ready and having the correct narrative that you are looking for.
So SPA Academy signed a MOU today with Sega. The MOU signed today marks a clear step towards supporting the MICE sector. So what specific capabilities or programs with the SPA Academy do you guys offer to elevate the quality of media coverage, storytelling across events and in the MICE industry?
So it's a marketing show now. So thanks. That's a really great opportunity for us. So the Media Ministry and the Minister, Mr. Salman al-Dosari, called this coming year is the empowering year, where we are really focusing now on the human capital. Okay. We have really great stories now to talk about. For that, we in the SPA Academy will, inshallah, run 7 different diplomas approved by the government by the highest standard in different majors. So let's have planning. Media planning now is a major. We will have a diploma for media planning. And with the agreement that we signed today with Sega, we will empower the companies, the private companies in the kingdom to be part of that diplomas. Diplomas funded by the government, targeting new and fresh beauty blood from the universities whom really eager to showcase the kingdom. That's another methodology that we are going to deliver. So there is 7 different diplomas will be available this January, inshallah, for the private companies in the sector of conferences and events. They can really use that diploma, which is funded by the government, and have staff, fresh looking, and have dreams to showcase in these events.
See, we talked in this summit about how the MICE industry grew from a human capital perspective, and we trained 90,000 male and female Saudis. I think 90,000 should be a target for you or higher?
So again, I like just to throw numbers because this is a good chance. And the numbers that we talk with Engineer Hatem today, it's around 300 seats for that industry.
Oh.
So in different majors, we are ready to help and enhance the ability of the new male and females whom just finishing their degrees in media and whom really have and showcase interest and helping the vision of 2030.
2030. I think at a gathering like this, we need to do the marketing part. And I think I want to give you an opportunity now to speak directly to the potential males and females that would benefit from these training courses.
Super. So back to the youth, whom really part of the game. Alhamdulillah, in this year that inshallah will finish in a month from now, we did great job with the student whom coming from university. And let me tell you a secret. Really, you will be surprised how this youth is ready to showcasing and to showcase the love of the kingdom. They are really smart. We need to train ourselves to how to deal with them. That's what really we are looking for.
Yes. Do you have spots for me so I could be able to?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I would like to thank you for your attendance and thank you for the opportunities that you're opening for the Saudi youth, and thank you for signing an agreement with us to be able to support in developing the human capital.
Shukran.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you very
your
much.
attendance. And
Thanks.
inshallah, we'll see you soon. Bye, ya fellow.
Shukran lakum.
So, if you guys would allow me to switch from English to Arabic. This session, at least, is a session that is a bit close to me, and especially in my field. فإذا نقدر نرحب بالأخوة.
We can welcome the influencers. أبو متعب الأمريكي، محمد النحيل، فارس التركي. May Allah protect you. We also do have a number of influencers in the first row, so I can kindly ask you to give us your opinion and interact with us. I'm new to this sector, so when I first entered this sector, I asked who are the influencers of the mice industry. We only had one, and that one person we cannot invite to attend because he has other obligations. So I took advantage of this opportunity and I said, let's gather a number of influencers here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to discuss the next phase of mice, or what is named as the mice funnel, starting with the concern, finished with the attending the event. Now we have millions of viewers or spectators. So my question is, we're talking about the size of appearance, if you may. First, can you introduce yourself? And very important question, what is the following? Your followers, or the size, or the number of followers. I was known as Abu Mutam al-Amriki. I'm an influencer, and I believe that you're talking about the views or the followers. 500,000 followers. Mohammed Nahid. I work in the field of production and documentary production. To 8 million viewers, or 8 million followers. Faisal Turkey. In social media, I mainly focus on statistics and business. More than 2 million followers on all social media platforms.
Can we get a mic up, please? طيب يعني عندنا تقريبا.
So we do. So 20 million. Can you hear me? Dr. Malik Hassani, Snapchat, 8 million followers on Snapchat, Instagram 4 million followers, So maybe that's a total. So we do have 20 million opportunity for followers to benefit from this session. So let me start with the first question. When we talk about appearance, the size of appearance, if I have 8 million followers, the question is the results of appearances. How can it be measured as to be fair for the event manager or for the sponsor and so forth? How can we determine the results of these appearances as KPIs? You cannot. First, the influencer plays a role larger than that is shown in the analytics. So when we view the reports, maybe this advertisement only seen by 50 or 60,000 and only a certain number of retweets. So the influencer plays a bigger role. The influencer documents the quality of the conference or the event, even if you don't have many followers, but their presence and all the feelings and the interaction that takes place amongst us, it cannot be measured through the analytics and the KPIs. So I'm against the evaluation of each influencer based on the number of their followers, because maybe you can be unfair to the main role, and that is to influence. The coverage is major. So if I have an event and the result, how can you reflect the result of the influence? So I will answer the first question, and then the second question: are the influencers today play a major role that plays into the success of the events or to be reached by many people? The simple answer is no. As much effort as you put into this, if the event does not have that quality and good outputs and great products that can easily be reaching people, cannot succeed, even if you bring as many influencers as you can. And most of the events that mainly rely on the presence of influencers mostly don't continue. And the events that continue on, and the events that focuses on quality, and as they know that the influence is part of the marketing campaign of the overall effort of the event. Is my role important? It is important in the media circle or the marketing, or to convey the message to the people. In the past period, I've worked with tens of conferences and exhibitions with high-level media production. We're quite happy when we see a high level of efficiency when it comes to outcomes and products, and the expansion of their vision. As year after year, you see that their goals and their efforts are expanding. So I believe we play a pivotal role in this circle, in this media circle, if you may. And I believe as time goes on, more development will be seen. I agree, and I disagree also. We want to add excitement to this discussion, if you may. The event is a product at the end. If the product is not strong, itself is not strong and comprehensive, it's very hard for the influencer to ensure success. But if you have a strong product, that is the event, without the influencer, it's also hard to succeed. Of course, there are thousands of events that are held in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and no one knows about it. And if you talk about an event, people mostly don't know about it. And this event, no matter how many you invited, 5,000, 10,000 people, but if you have a good influencer with a high level of professionalism, of tracking and citing the events in good sequences, millions will follow the event. You spoke about the different phases and sequencing processes. Each journey of an event have certain steps. First, the awareness, then the concern, and then decision making, whether they attend the event or not, and then the attendance, and then the support. Where is the role of the influencer in this sequence? when they announced the event, you said, how can we measure the influence? By the number of registrations. Yes, you need the influencers to increase the number of registrations to the event. So if that doesn't happen, mean the influencer doesn't have a great impact, and the influencer can attract people to attend the event. Just a simple addition. I believe the influencers, their most important impact is to, and as we see in advertisement trends, they gather a number of influencers for an event, and people do attend. So I see the opposite. If we have a great number of influencers in one day for the event, I believe that we'll see a great success, a great media success, because everybody will be watching. I see my views. For example, when in a certain event that has many influencers, I know that it will be a success. And maybe I'm the most advertiser in Saudi Arabia. If the beginning of a story differs from the end of the story, if it's the beginning of a story, it will make a difference. It must be an attractive beginning of a story. You have the most advertisement in Saudi Arabia. If I have a conference or a forum and I want to use the influences of social media to advertise for me, so what is the most appropriate content? You need different age categories. You need to target different age categories. For this, they can make videos and make some TikToks out, and everybody will be watching. What did this guy do? What did this influencer do? And the event can easily reach everyone, even those with the great capital. Now they use the venues and the advertisement reach everyone, and then all of them will hit the explore button. Maybe you are opposing to everything, but I'll add. I am from the market. More than 15 years advertised, and the most advertiser. And I see the numbers. The events and the conferences succeed if you play it right. Different age categories, and they have a trend in TikTok and Snap. And the quality, as said by my colleagues, good quality, great place, but you need to reach all the age categories. You talk about awareness and consideration, but before awareness, people need also to be aware of me being engaging in that event or that conference. Maybe an influence can plant a simple idea that we are in need of. Are we supposed to do 1, 2, 3? Even before the consideration phases, they play a very important role. For example, if I said there is a exhibition for plants, I didn't mention, but I'm creating curiosity. I didn't say I will provide any information about the event, who's setting it, who's sponsored it. We can do some marketing tests. So if I speak about that certain topic and I see a great interaction with regards to a certain topic, maybe I can prove to you as a superficial market study that people are concerned, people want to hold such events. Even before the awareness stage, I think that the influencer can play a very important role, but I think my colleague is talking about the sales. If I bring a huge number a big number of influencers, maybe they can benefit me with regard to sales if there's a need. If there's a need, but without a desire, even if I brought you Cristiano Ronaldo, if there is no willing to consume a product, then you'll not be able to achieve the sales or great sales numbers. The influencers, we consider them guests for the coverage. How can we move up from the phase of an influencer as a guest to become, for the influencer to become a strategic partner? What do we mean by events and exhibitions? Are we talking about events held by commercial trademarks or international exhibitions and events? The biggest problem that we face in the market today is that the level of understanding of the final objective of the exhibition of the conference. If I bring 50 influencers in this conference, what will they do? They'll take just pictures and TikToks, that's all. You target those who work in this sector. You're targeting 3,000 individuals to 5,000 people. If you want to convey your message, you will not succeed if you just brought the influencers, or you focus on conveying the message and the content targeted. There are efforts such as the marketing campaign, the promotion activities, different media outlets, plus the influence, and then the influence will attend an event with certain images and certain levels of organizing, but there are specific objectives that we predetermined, and so it's not only our role. The main role of success is with the establisher of the event, or the main organizers. What we see in many events, some of them think that the main role of the influencer, but the effort lies with the organizer of the effort themselves, not the influencer. There are many events that seem thousands of influencers, and it even backfired. We do have a TV program, and one of the entities that held an event 2 months ago, and they brought more than 25 influencers, great entity, and with high market value. With those influencers, the subscriptions extended for 6 months, and we received a rejection for that entity to bring with us, because the negative feedback of the influencers is it with the numbers. If I want to spend 1 riyal and generate a revenue on that riyal, yes, you need to bring the experts, but if you have an open budget, and I just want to show people that you brought those celebrities or those influencers, how can we measure the returns or the outcomes of these events? What is the impact, the real impact that the influencers can leave with the audience? Our market today is very organized. Most of our jobs we receive from specialized companies who know how to work with influence and how to develop a good financial relationship, feedback, certain restrictions, certain laws, certain rules, and also a measure of the impact. But they are viewing handling the full spectrum of marketing. Just bring in influencers, and I worked with many marketing companies. Some of them, they don't follow it, and then they just throw the influence into it, and then they just take an image and leave the event, so they don't convey the message. Yes, there's responsibility of the company and to follow up and follow their snaps. It's a journey that extends from the beginning of the event to even the end of the event. Unfortunately, many companies, they just send you the text and then they think their role is done. If someone tells you just to attend the event, and that's all they need. But they have certain guidelines and a good message, a determined message to be conveyed to the audience. If I have a brief of the event, it's much more better than just work randomly, just attend the event and just be there and do what you have to do. You have a great audience. Do you select your clients, or you're just working with all clients? First, as an influencer, you receive the brief. How can you convey the message? It differs from one influencer to another. Some are professional, they take the content, they study it, and also to see if there are any similar events, and then start to convey their messages in an attractive manner. So just not to read out the brief or read out the text, of course. I think the influencer is a good channel. I use them good or not, but you cannot rely if they are well educated or they can really convey the message. Some people have a great number of followers, and the message can be well conveyed if they have a content writer, if they have a full team that can work with them every step of the way, as to convey the message as intended for properly. This summit, for example, how do you know it's successful? I have my special metrics and standards. Briefly, you will know that it was a success if there are good memories after a month or a year. So the question is, how can you create those memories? This is the role of the influencer. I create an ambience, I create feelings that you cannot forget. You can remember that person that I met in that event or that situation that took place in this event. So you create a lasting impression. You create a positive customer experience. Isn't that the overall objective? If I had 1 million views, or that doesn't matter. What's really important that people that attended, that they benefit, do they have meaningful memories of the place they visited? I want them all to remember it good, and they benefited from attending the event. And that cannot happen unless you bring the proper influencer. But if you bring 50 influencers, Muhammad said, even if you have 50 influencers, you have a spike in the views and then a plumb over setting. We only have one influencer in the industry. When can we see a school of influencers in Saudi Arabia as to help influencers to graduate? Does this field requires those who specialize in this field? If you have a real estate event, will you bring those who are specialized in real estate, or those who specialize in exhibition or conferences? I'm talking about our role as influencers. You measure the outcomes and the KPIs. That is not related to the influencer. It's an overall experience, the stage, the entrance, the level of organization. If you don't succeed, will I be the one who blamed for your failure? If you have a specialized event and we cannot increase the number of the attendees, Cityscape, I'll target the investors in F&B, or investors in cattle, for example, or so it's the opposite. I want to expand the scope and increase the numbers of them. It need to be well studied, not random. If a real estate event and I bring in all real estate specialists, I tell them don't expect astronomical numbers. You need an influencer that can target all fields. We don't want specialized influencers, each who influence in each field. I don't think that's a right approach. The marketing companies, the responsibilities lie with them, and to follow up with the influencer. And it's better for them. That's another characteristic in Snapchat and other platforms, but you need to be aware of the diversity as well. It told me time is out. A quick question. What is the platform that you advise? LinkedIn for conferences, and yes, LinkedIn and Snapchat will be better to promote for conferences and exhibitions industry. Thank you. Snapchat and Twitter. Thank you for listening. That's not the first, will not be the last. Thank you. We know you, we know your contact numbers. Thank you. So we want to work together in the future as to to come up with a good strategy and proper strategy for the field or the conferences and exhibition center. Thank you. شكرا لك هاني.
Your outstanding panel of influencers. Truly, this summit has brought together every perspective, particularly here in the kingdom. And it's exciting and wonderful to see and explore all of that right here through their brilliant insights. And now, before we go to our final special keynote of the event, I'd love to share a few interesting facts about IMS 25 that you probably didn't know about, and they're pretty extraordinary. Here at IMS 25, we have had delegates attending from 106 nationalities. Yes, that absolutely deserves a clap. Thank you. And amongst our speakers alone, we had 21 nationalities represented, over 1,000 views from our global online audience. More than 2,000 people joined us right here in person at the venue across the 2 days, live in Riyadh, with multiple sessions around the summit that were in fact turned into standing room only experiences. And the IMS website has now crossed over 5,000 visits and counting. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit wasn't just being attended, and we're still doing it right now, it's not over just yet, but this was being watched, shared, and talked about worldwide. And we're so excited to have you all as part of that conversation. And beyond those numbers, of course, the innovation clusters have been a force of their own. At the innovation clusters, you reimagined venues not just as buildings, but as adaptive, intelligent infrastructure. You showed how technology should amplify human connection and not replace it. And you defined collaboration as moving from coexistence to true public-private partnership built on shared trust and victories. Thank you so much for being part of the International MICE Summit 2025, and thank you as well to all of our amazing sponsors who have made this event so special. No doubt 2026 will set the bar even higher still. And now as we close out IMS 2025, we bring into the spotlight the leader defining where the industry will be going next. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming the CEO of the Saudi Conventions and Exhibition General Authority, Hatem Al-Kahili.
Shukran. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you.
Prior to anything, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to all the sponsors and partners who helped bring IMS to life. This summit would not have been possible without the support of our valuable partners. Thank you. Your collaboration reflects the unity and ambition of Saudi Arabia's MICE ecosystem. On behalf of SCAGA, I give sincere thanks to all of you for standing with us and elevating IMS into a world-class platform. Over the past 2 days, IMS 25 has brought together more than 3,000 attendees, experts, leaders, and innovators from over 30 countries. And together we have explored the global trends shaping the next decade of the MICE industry. These conversations were forward-looking, practical, and deeply connected to the transformation taking place in Saudi Arabia across the world. The Saudi MICE sector has achieved some notable milestones over the past years that contribute to the momentum we see today. We launched a fast and fully digital licensing system that processes approvals in minutes, and we simplified requirements for small-scale activities such as meetings in hotels. The sector has rapidly expanded, and more than 90,000 Saudis are now trained and certified for MICE-related roles across the industry. Venue capacity grew significantly with new exhibition centers, theaters, and conference facilities approved or under development across the kingdom. We also introduced national standards for safety, sustainability, and economic impact measurement, all of which positioned Saudi Arabia among the fastest-growing MICE industries in the G20. These achievements established a strong and credible base for the new announcements we made yesterday and today. Building on these achievements, we also announced several important developments reflecting our commitment to building a globally competitive MICE ecosystem. 7 MOUs were signed with the Ministry of Interior, the Hail Regional Development Authority, Ilm Company, the Authority for the Care of People with Disabilities, and the National Center for Social Studies, MESI Frankfurt, SPA News Academy. As for the top 20 professional exhibitor organizers, MESI Frankfurt, Colin MESI, MCH Group, and Oakview Group have confirmed plans to open new offices in the kingdom. And Comexposium and Honegger officially announced their entry to the KSA market in 2026. Additionally, Richard Atias Associate has announced moving the regional headquarters to Riyadh and planning an IPO. We're also pleased that some of the world's biggest global events, such as BOMA and MIPIM, have announced hosting some of their editions in the kingdom starting 2026. We continue to invest heavily in empowering Saudi talent, equipping them with the skills and opportunities they need to excel in the industry. Our cities and giga projects are developing world-class venues, transport networks, and hospitality experiences, all designed to host the world's greatest and largest exhibitions and conferences. Dir'iyah and Qiddiya and Red Sea are among the first online. Jeddah, Medina, and Yanbu already ramping up their capacities. We proudly launched the new SKEGA portal in beta, which will be fully operational by February 26, providing an integrated and streamlined digital experience for both organizers and partners. During the summit, we highlighted the growing support programs from the Saudi Tourism Authority, enabling organizers to package compelling tourism experiences for event visitors, and from the Saudi Investment Promotion Authority, which through Invest in Saudi program highlighted the significant transformation in Saudi Arabia and in the business environment, where government entities operate with greater agility, supported by digital technologies that enhance transparency, and by young talents driving innovation and progress. These programs reflect the unified national effort behind the sector through the creation of an integrated business environment that accelerates growth and delivers global impact. Before closing, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to each and everybody who made IMS 25 possible. My sincere thanks goes to the outstanding SKEGA team, whose dedication and professionalism ensured that every part of this summit was delivered to the highest standards. I also extend my appreciation to our colleagues at RAA for their second year as partners. I'm equally grateful to our government partners, private sector partners, and the wider MICE community for their trust and commitment. I look forward to seeing you all at your next, latest and greatest business events. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen,
hello, morning.
Together, they can create a cycle of growth. More travelers, more value, more spending, and more sustainable developments for the cities and the destinations that host us.
When they come to Saudi Arabia, they don't just get a sense of the event itself or the conference that they're visiting, but a real sense of the culture and beauty of Saudi Arabia.
The Ministry of Culture is a great partner for a LEAP event.
Saudi is a destination for events for so many other global markets.
Well,
Transformation in Saudi Arabia is not a concept, it's a reality.
If you've not been to Saudi and Riyadh, you need to come and experience the rapid changes that you're seeing.
The dynamic is here. It's a very interesting market.
Sports, culture-driven experiences are the fastest growing nowadays.
For me, the most important thing is the culture. Invest in the culture.
Come and invest. The opportunity is now. It's not going to be the same as tomorrow.
Enjoy tonight, enjoy the dinner, enjoy the connections you made in the morning, tonight, and tomorrow, inshallah.
We have an opportunity to start to tell those stories through the most engaging medium from our point of view, not theirs.
We've got amazing women in this part of the world, and certainly in Saudi Arabia.
You have too many players in the same profile, and this is very challenging.
But if you can provide goods and services and quality services, you are part of the pack.
We want to deliver real impact. We want to change lives. We want to deliver real deals.
Our sponsors or high-quality leads.
We can find a way to capture all the metadata and find a way of matching buyers with sellers.
I don't think enhancing human connections is necessarily about technology. I think it's low-tech solutions.
Where the future is shaped. Our ambition is not to compete for events. Our ambition is to contribute to solutions.